mean, that's the entire inference. That's the entire inference predicament, sort of concoction. You know, that's the whole. That's not the whole concoction, but that's really the components of the concoction. You know, they didn't try to facilitate and finagle. You know what I mean? They facilitate and finagling all type of components to concoctions. You know what I mean? I ain't giving you nothing but the diagnosis. You understand me? This is a symposium of a diagnostic. You know what I'm talking about. All I'm saying is what it really is about how it could be. What it could be about what it really might have had been, right? It's a nigga, I'm telling you now. My heart, which is my brain, is swollen full already. I have no more space inside the dome. You understand? I be having to, of course, exert and express as well as, you know what I mean, blurt. You know what I'm saying? The blurbs and terms and slurs. You know what I mean? Of these empty words. You know what I mean? There's a certain thing as worth, brother. There's a certain thing as self-worth. You know what I mean? It's attacking your self-worth. All what you see, a lot of our circumstances and environments is an attack on our self-worth. You know what I'm saying? Our own inner integrity and self-respect. You know what I'm saying? It's like you have a tendency towards humility. You have an inclination towards modesty. Yes, you can't help but have to. You know what I mean? Unless you're somebody of import, some type of big famous celebrity. Yes? How dare you? Feel any sort of importance, of course. Huh? How dare you? It would be delusional. It would seem, it would at least almost kind of want to feel delusional to have any sense of importance if you're not already a celebrity, yes? I mean, you got fools falling all over themselves. They see Miley Cyrus somewhere, they liable to have a connection, yes? Huh? Topanga said she got starstruck by the nigga J. Cole, and that made the news. I don't know what that was about. But they came down the grapevine. But there's many Topangas out here, okay? There's many Topangas. There's many starstruck commoners, okay? The whole thing about it is there's no common person. Every person is magnificently exuberant, exceptional, yes? To be a person, it is the very epitome of exceptional exceptionality, yes? That's why you have a name and a middle name and a last name, yes? Okay, and a nickname, and a code name, no? Huh? That's why, because of your exceptionality, yeah? Exceptionality, yeah? All I'm saying, and what I had thought about mentioning, before I go too detailed into whatever it was I would be thinking about, because a lot of times I'll be starting this with one thing in mind, I don't even ever say what it is I hopped on here to say, and I get to going into, you know what I mean, a whole little layout, a little rundown of different joints I could illustrate as well as emphasize, yes, because there's so much that's not said, and the things that are said, because of course, what really makes a difference to us in our hearts, which is our minds, right? Because you got your logic, and then you got your intuition, right? You got your spirit. You know what I'm saying? You got your mentality, yes. They say, huh? Your intellect, no. The logic is there, right? Where setback is at, yes. That's setback. That's not even Sekert. The logic is not even Sekert. Logic is all the way in the 8th sphere, okay? Where you find glory, yes? But what else you find right there at the 8th sphere while we on the topic of logic? Because we have intellect, and then we have intelligence, which is with the knowledge in between intelligence and the intellect. You know what I mean? Or what borders? You know what I'm saying? Creating the margin for the knowledge in the center. Yes, is your intellect and your intelligence. Now, for 20 points extra credits, and that we won't have to go into all what the 20 points actually entail. Anyone? Any of my star scholars in attendance, tell me what the difference between intellect and intelligence is. You know what I mean? Well, intellect is what you believe to be true, what you embrace as reality out of what it is that you know, which would be your intelligence. Intelligence, of course, intel is information in itself. So your very intelligence is what you've had the opportunity to review in your life, to reference in your life, to learn. It's what you have learned. And your intellect is what you know about what you know. Okay? To know is to remember. To think is to learn, and to know is to remember. Yes, to think is to learn, right? Because you have to think about what it is that you did about information in order to learn it. Right? You can be exposed to some information and not retain the information. Right? Just like if I don't catch your attention within 15 seconds of this podcast episode, it's not even going to hit your heart. You know what I mean? It might glaze across your mind. And if you hear it a few times, your subconscious memory may be able to connect it to something else that is closer to your heart. But to know it and it becoming part of your intellectualism, yes, which I won't say intellectualism, because intellectualism is really the conversion of intelligence to intellect, is intellectualism, yes? An intellectual person is someone who is learned, for one. An intellectual person has different genres of intelligence, right? Has learned about learning. Is an intellectual, right? It may not be necessarily an educator himself or herself, but for the most part, and what they're saying is going to be informative, right? Because you can have some information or have been and retain some information or even remember some information as to know it, or in knowing it, or as if to know it by remembering the information intelligently, yes? Because you have intellectuals and then you have intelligible people, or intelligent people, right? You have intellectual ones and you have intelligent ones. Yes, it takes intelligence to be intellectual, but not always. Because intellectual is, for one, on the side where the wisdom would be, and the intelligence is on the side where the understanding would be. However, I say that to emphasize, to illustrate, to reference how intellect or intellectualism generally involves that intuition, that heart knowing, right? What you connect with what already actually is reality, actually is fact, actually is truth, out of what it is that you're learning to be true or not, right? Because you can learn something that is actually incorrect, invalid, incomplete. Information is not always complete, right? And you can complete it through your, of course, intelligence and intelligibility, through your intellect and intellectualism and intellectualizing, which takes conceptualizing, right? Because you conceive thoughts, right? That's conceptualizing, and then you contemplate, right? Also, so what's the difference between contemplating and conceptualizing? Well, you would need to contemplate in order to conceptualize to a certain extent. But it's sort of the same relationship, the same dichotomy between, of course, intellect and intelligence, or intellectualizing and intelligibility, or whatever the fuck. So that's the whole point, is there is no intelligizing outside of computating, right? Or analyzing, basically. You know, to analyze is kind of like intelligizing as opposed to intellectualizing, right? The analysis of this information is like reconnaissance, which is to gather intel, basically, right? Reconnaissance, yes. where you send in an agent or send in an agent basically to into whatever area to gather clues, to investigate basically, right? And you can investigate without connecting to whatever source of content or format or material, whether it be written words, whether it be experiences, whether it be interactions, whether it be activities and performances. That's all material. That's all computatable and computizing or computizable details. That's all computizable information. Simply put, zeros and ones to be specific, a yes or a no, with that maybe being that guessing ass knowledge in the middle. Yes? Right? You got knowledge between the intellect and the intelligence, yes? Now, how does that work? I thought information was knowledge. Well, is it? It's not the same word. In fact, they're very starkly different. The difference between the word intelligence and knowledge, or even information and knowledge, my nigga, is the very reason, meaning, very definition of definition. The difference between information and knowledge, let alone knowledge and wisdom, let alone truth and knowledge. What's the difference between knowledge and truth? Now that's a heavy one. No, that's get you all twisted up to where you feeling like you intellectualizing when you actually just computizing. You know? And what makes the difference between intelligence and intellectualism? I'm not no expert. I'm going based on what it is that I've gathered so far. I'm not even gonna act like I'm knowing the difference. To me, there's no difference, right? You ask God, and that's gonna make everything clearer than whatever has been clear, as I already have mentioned to you. That's the key before you even get to whatever sort of relationship, right? Because emotion is gonna involve another person every time. You can't interact with nature and have no emotions involved. It's gonna take that comes when you have another person involved. It's the only time there's emotions. So that's where the knowledge come in right there. Right? What understanding you gonna have without confirmation from another person's point of view, basically. Right? What is there to understand as opposed to note or consider without another person? You understand what? You understand the wind to blow? No, you notice that the wind is blowing. That's what you think. That's what you know. You understand it? You don't even know it. It just is. It ain't no type of reference until you try to assign some sort of function for it. And even that, it's nothing to say about it. Ain't nothing really to think about. It's just really you just are being, as whatever else that you're involving yourself with is being. And it just is. Now, if you were to refer to it, right, then you got to explain it, or in computatable terms or technical definitions, so to speak. But you can just integrate your beingness and let the words just happen. Just be as well, as opposed to trying to control it through your guessing, through your assumptions. You feel me? Through the doubt of what it's not or what it is or not. You know, the maybes. Right? It's a yes or a no. And that's how you start with that 0 or that 1. There's nothing else. A maybe is a yes and a no. It's not neither. Okay? A maybe is not excluding a yes or a no. It's just both. right? It's one of them little, it's a cheat, basically. That's what knowledge is. It's a cheat. That's what doubt is. That's what guessing is. You can't guess on the question. I mean, you can, but that has its own results, right? Say, for instance, you taking a test, right? You guess the question, you might get it right. And shit, every time you answer a question, for every test you take, nigga, through your whole schooling, nigga, 12 years of grade school up into 4, 8, 10 years of college, every test you take, you didn't even fucking read the question. You didn't even read the question, you just answer it. You just answer the question, right? Now what's cool about that is, right, some questions are multiple choice, and so that's that format in itself and structure. For the most part, that is kind of what ends up happening. It's going to fall in whatever sort of category, basically. Whatever your response would be, it's going to fall in whatever type category. It can be sort of vague, it can be sort of, you know what I mean, general and generic and not so personally specific. But not all questions are multiple choice. Sometimes you have, you know, descriptive questions, like it's not multiple choice, it's your own understanding, your interpretation, basically. Your interpretation, you know what I mean, would be your answer. And you can just guess that and say whatever. And a lot of times, whatever the question is, you don't even read the question. The question could be, or rather the actual question is, when you have an answer that would be interpretational, the very question in itself is not even necessarily in question form until it states the scenario or the setting, right? And that's the same with multiple choice, but when it's not multiple choice, it's usually a lot more specific in itself, right? Forcing you to have to actually just, like, you know, pinpoint and centralize a definite sort of detailed response to the actual, you know what I mean, to the question. The question could be a paragraph. You read a paragraph and it asks you a question about the paragraph and how you interpret it, the information in the actual paragraph. And what's interesting about that, right, is like it can be technical. It's supposed to be technical. Right? Otherwise, how would you have a right or wrong answer to your own opinion? Right? But that's usually how you would fuck around and end up with a wrong answer to that type of question, is by mixing your opinion with your interpretation, right? Interpretation is going to determine, your interpretation is going to determine, your interpretation is going to determine your opinion, right? But your opinion in whatever source of identifiable and specifying analysis of said information should not signify your interpretation. You understand? And that's the situation for the most part, right? But you would have to even read it. You wouldn't even have to read the information in order to go that far. But I'm saying, like, for instance, as far as it's even like an analogy, a parable, to where you just always answer a guess question, a guess answer. And it's hard to do that when it's not multiple choice, but it's not impossible. You can write whatever. As long as you write whatever, then it's an answer. It's not likely going to be, it's not probably going to be a correct answer. The odds that it would be correct would be a lot more starker, a lot more wider than, of course, a numbered amount of multiple choice options, right? If there's only 4, A to D, A, B, C, D, shit, you got a 25% chance of getting a right answer. Even in guessing, even if you didn't read the fucking question. And that's kind of like intelligence nowadays. right? Especially if you're sitting around fucking contemplating, right? And not conceptualizing, right? And that can happen also if you just conceptualizing and not contemplating. You know, that's the two sides of it, especially when it comes to whatever sorts of yeses or nos. That's the situation. You know what I mean? There's a lot of multiple choices already set up, sort of understood genres of ideas and knowledge, which is that middle part. Yeah, right? It's always, you know what I mean? There's already these established sort of, you know what I mean, sequences and hierarchies and fucking structured, you know what I'm saying, functions for accepted knowledge. But if knowledge is not true, then we don't need to take that route at all. We need to go right back to where wisdom come back from before you even take it to understanding the wisdom, right? Because wisdom, you follow wisdom in order to understand it. You don't act based on your understanding of the wisdom. You heard what I said? I hope you did. Because this is 22 minutes, and I ain't even said what I got on here to say, which is basically, I don't have no space. I don't have no space in my dome, nigga. So a lot of times I'll be having to say what I'm saying out loud. I don't have to. I could be sitting there silent, contemplating, but I don't like to contaminate my contemplations, cuz. And I've been, you know what I mean? I got mad different connections, right? Already, nigga, overflowing in my fucking database, brother, of ideas, brother. Because the idea is before the thought. It's before the thought. You understand? The idea is before the thought, fam. Okay? Now the thought leads you to the decision. Okay? Which is the intelligence. Okay? The thought would be the wisdom, or rather the intellect, yes? Which is the same thing, to a certain extent, because your intellect is what you believe to be true, right? Is what you know to be actual usage, or rather useful or helpful out of this intelligence or information, right? You can only have so much information without researching and cross-referencing and double-checking what it is, these facts and terms that you're learning, you know, and experiences that you're having. You got to do something 3 times in order to have the difference between the difference, right? And then do it differently in order to know the difference in the difference to the difference. You know what I'm saying? Do the same thing differently 3 times each. And then do it another 3 times. And that's where the 9 is. Yes, that's why we have 9, no. Because 9 is really 1 at all. Which 1 is already nothing. Yes, because there's nothing except for 1, being that whatever would be is just an increment more or less of that 1. 9 is 8 ones next to the first 1 is what 9 is. You know what I mean? And what I'm saying to, what I'm stressing to you is, it's all about where you start at. Because that 9 is nothing but 8 starts next to the start. Next. Again, until you do something different. And then the next time around, it's still going to be in reference to whatever it is you started. But the thing about wisdom is, it's correcting. Right? It's retributing, yes? Okay? You can do something, you're going to have to do it 3 times though. And you're going to have to do it better, which would be righter, more times than not. So that means you can't even start to correct it until you do it right the first time. And if you don't do it again, do it better or correct it again the second time, then you gotta now correct it twice over. You understand me? You feel me? You feel like you did it, you corrected a nigga like me. Now I'm like me, but I have the tendency to feel like I want to do that, but every time, that's why I'm a little reluctant. That's why I like to set myself and prepare myself and, you know, adjust my intellectualism and you can see whatever, you know, whatever, you know what I mean? My fucking personal just knowing of myself, right? To know yourself, right? That's where the knowledge come in, is to know yourself. And that's where the maybes come in, as far as that 1, 2, 3, right? Once you do it better twice, it's still a maybe. That second one is the maybe, right? And that's why it's in the center, no? That second one is the maybe. The first one is the yes or the no. Now, the yes or the no would be the best or the worst. The 0 or the 1. Right now, the best is going to be what? Of course, that 0, because 1 is 0. But if 1 is 0, that means 0 is 1. So that all depends on really it is the function of it and what it is responding to. And like I said, as far as even emotions are concerned, which that's all of knowledge in itself. There's no emotion until knowledge pop up. There's no emotion until knowledge pop up. For one, okay? The tunnels of Set, the fucking tentacles of Cthulhu is all the emotions. There's no other areas until you make that third wrong turn. You make that third wrong turn. Until you make the third wrong turn, right? Because you can fuck up and know that you fucked up, can see your results is not favorable. But just if you don't realize that your results ain't even favorable, if you feel like some unfavorable results are actually in your favor, shit, nigga, it's fucked up because you're innocently ignorant in that moment, right? And so that's just a compiling of justifications, which is that's what knowledge is justifications. No? That's what I'm saying. If you don't even realize what's wrong is wrong, if you feel like what's wrong is right, but see, that's because you feel like that. You know what I'm saying? Right? You might have learned that's what you think you know, based on how you feel about it. But you got to get about your feelings and go to what? To your being. Not only just knowing, right? We take the knowing to the being, which is the first, the 0, before anything. Just fucking everything is connected there. Just be. You know what I mean? You're going to feel it in your heart. You're going to feel it not in your mind, that's your heart, but your heart, that's your soul. You know what I'm saying? Because your soul is your heart, but your heart is your mind. Right? And your mind, that means your mind is your soul and your soul is your mind. And all of those are your heart. However, what is the difference between the 2 and the 3, right? Well, that's that maybe in the center, no? Well, see, the difference is your fucking choice, nigga. Okay? And by the time you do it, then that's going to be that intellect at that point is your actions. You can't get around intellect. You can try to fucking cover it with your intelligence. But what you know to be true is the intellect. What you know is your intelligence. But what you know to be true is your intellect. But what you know to be true is your intellect. Right? But how you going to be able to make the decision how you going to determine between the two, meaning wrong or right or true or false, out of your information without, of course, learning, which to think is to learn. Yes? But if you're not doing as much as you're thinking, then what you're thinking is mixed up in how you're feeling. So you are already doing and thinking, though. You know what I'm saying? But if you justifying to get around what it is you know, you should be thinking about, then, brother, you're supposed to have made that last right turn at least. You're supposed to have made that last right turn at least, right? If you make one, it's not even a turn. See, the whole trick is the first direction, the first choice is not a turn, brother. It's a mere step. You already turned wherever it is that you would step into your first decision or your first quote unquote thought, which that's the actual thought from the idea. Your very thought in itself is a step. If you're going to where you're going to now turn. Now you want to turn back to your idea. You can't do that without thinking though. Right? But the trick is this, yes? Where would you be going? You would be going from your wisdom, right? Your inner knowing, yes? Not the technical or fucking conventional knowledge. That is what you think about what you're thinking, right? That's also related to your knowing, right? You got to kind of relate what it is that you are even considering, but you have to understand. You have to understand and always remember and always appreciate whatever thought you're having is inspired by something. Yeah. You can't help that. Even if you sit down to think about anything random and just conceptualize ideas, then that is in itself your analysis and an organization of inspirations, fam. Okay? Whether it's subconscious, whether it's abstractly unknowing or just openly free, you'll figure that out once you decide what sort of product, what sort of expression to connect to that idea. You know what I'm saying? If it's not first to pray, then you juggling. Then you already got a 50% chance of a correct answer. You know what I mean? You understand? You ain't make your mind, but you're gonna need to still make your mind though. You're gonna still need to complete your mentality though. But you know what I'm saying? In making your mind, but every time you make your mind, it moves you to what? Into another decision, which that's to make your mind. You know? But you make your mind before you make a decision. Right? Because a decision is what you choose, is a choice, but a decision is acting on your choice. Okay? So making your mind is choosing. You know what I mean? But then you set your mind, right, by those confirming decisions, yes? Because you got the word decision, no? Decision. You already know what a decision is, yes? Decision is to now, unbreak it, uncut it. So a decision is what? Because you got precision, yes? Right? So you want your decision to be precise. You know what I mean? You want to decide precisely, yes? And that's what I'm saying. When you return it back to where the source it comes from. And that takes not accepting or not concluding so much. You know what I'm saying? Which would be a conclusion, yes? You come to a conclusion. But a conclusion is already going to be attained, is going to be reached through your continued activity, your continued completion of what you have in mind. Because just because what you have in mind, and you made your mind on what you have in mind, it still takes living it out. And that takes what? Being, right? And what is it to be? It is to do. Who you are is what you do. Okay? You can say whatever it is about yourself, but your actions are going to speak, regardless of whatever it is you have to say. The whole point of what I'm saying, or the whole, what to take from what it is that I'm saying, is that 1, 2, 3, yes? Okay? The third is all connected anyway, right? You take that third turn back to zero. You know what I mean? And that's keeping it intact. From 1 to 2 to 3, right? Because 1 actually is the idea, right? That's the 1, Keter, the crown. Then you go from Keter, you go to Chokmah, then you go to Bina. Which Chokmah is wisdom, and Bina is the understanding, where you even get speech, where you get sound from, the understanding, right? It's that conscience, basically. Is you being conscious of your thoughts, is what you're thinking about, but what you're going to decide based on what you think about what you think, which is that third thought. That's why it's the third aspect. Yes? You have to think, right? But to remember is to know, right? Remember what exactly? Well, remember the reference, remember the significance of what it is that you decided, right? Because your decision is what you think about what you think about what you think, right? Your decision or your choice is going to be, your decision is your choice in reference to your 2 options. Right? Because what you think about what you think is going to influence, is going to reveal to you the 2 sides of what you now see as possible. See as possible in reference to how it relates to you as a person. Right? You're not going to think about anything the same way another person thinks about it, unless, of course, you're fucking indoctrinated through this educational system, which the very letters in themselves, the sounds of the letters themselves are diluted. Okay? Based on interpretation to begin with. Okay? I mean, you can't get around standard facts of life, or just detailed terms of just basic truth, which is what exactly? It's pretty general. It's pretty open as far as thinking personally and thinking uniquely about things, or in reference to what it is that you want from what it is that you're involving your mental energy with. You dig what I mean? Why do you need to know how to count? Why do you need to know how to read if that's not nothing that you're interested in doing in your life? Right? Well, you don't need to know how to read in order to farm. Okay? You're going to automatically know how to count just through farming. But you don't have to have nobody teach you no numbers to know how to count. No? Am I tripping? These are the type of thoughts that is filling my brain up that I be having to, you know what I mean? Because thinking out loud, they say it's healthy for the brain. If you do, you know what I mean? If you know anything about actual, you know what I mean? What is called grounded and sound in mind individuals, they will encourage you to think out loud. So you can confirm without mixing up with whatever else will stand out to you within your mind. What is not even, what's insignificant, what is irrelevant. Like, what the fuck you call this number. I don't give a fuck what you call it. It's not a 9 to me. I don't call it 9. I call it another orange. Oh, okay, I got more oranges than I did last time. As far as money is concerned, how much? What is it? What do I need in order to get what it is that I want from you? Okay, this amount. Okay, that is whatever the amount is. Whatever you call it. Shit, it don't matter to me. I didn't make that money. I mean, I made the money and that I earned the money. However, we're doing whatever activity. But as far as, the creation of the very system and item itself, I did not create that. These motherfucking oranges, though, I had a closer hand in creating. I didn't, you feel me? I didn't create my mind in order to use, in order to remember how to and when to plant this seed. But that's the same thing. That's the same idea. That's the same principle of a seed. I did not make the seed. You did not make your mind, but you still plant the seed and water the seed and nurture the seed, right? And now you are co-creating that life, because a seed is alive in that it is, tangibly material and organic, sure. But there's endless life inside that one motherfucking seed. But it's going to take you making your mind, which is planting your seed, and following through with the actions that are required in reference to your intended result. You may not even intend to grow you may not even know what kind of seed it is, but it's going to take you planting it in order to know. I mean, you might be able to tell once you've already, of course, planted that kind of seed. Yes, now you have that knowledge, which is to remember. Right? But the first time you plant a seed, you find a seed, it fall off. You don't necessarily come out of a fruit that you take off a tree, or somebody give you a seed from another area that got different trees than you got in your area. And you meet them and she bring you a seed, you got to plant that seed. Or not. If you feel me? Because once you plant it, then you got to water it in order to even see if you want what it is that's going to give you. And once you do all of that, nigga, if you don't want that motherfucking fruit that the tree brings, the tree has got to be there for life. For another nigga to come eat off of the poisonous ass tree. You understand? Right? Now, the best thing to do is you together figure out what it is y'all can be doing as yourself together. I have these seeds already. I got them how I got them. God gave them. God moved my life in the way He moved my life in order. I know my seeds from and my experience with these seeds. Whoop, I'm gonna plant this. Wow, you got whatever type of seeds you got. I'm gonna rock with you. If we cool like that, and I need to be planting whatever it is you given me, then I mean I'm gonna be able to see you again or be with you long enough to see for myself through you see. And if not, then shit, man, I'd rather guess. When I come across your grove and you're not around, right? You're not around. I come across your grove. I'm traveling and you ain't there to say, oh, this is this, right? Cause if I'm in your grove, I'm not going to be picking your fruits unless I'm thirsty or starving. And even then that's a risk because I don't know what it is I'm eating on. It could be poisonous. Yes. Right. So really, I need to be having my own seeds or my own little, if I'm wherever I'm at, I don't need to be getting stranded. I need to be able to have whatever it is that I know that I'm going to be needing to be where I'm at. It's the part, yes. And that's that intellect, yes. You don't need to be learning nothing else until you fully, truly appreciate the reality of it is that you've already learned. Right? You're not transforming intelligence into intellect. You can't go back that way. You got to go back up. If you don't make the right turn back up to where you would even come from to get where you was at understanding, then you have to guess. You understand? You're not going to go back. And the whole thing about it is they're the same. The 2 and the 3 is the same because all are one. As I was mentioning to you, they're actually the very same thing. And that's why the tree is only the tree if you facing it. But if you turn around, it's an entirely different tree. Right? It's the mirror image. It's all in your analysis of the components. If you moving out of that center, that's why the knowledge would be in the center. The doubt, the guessing would be in the center, right? That's why you're even in the center at the bottom. Once you get through all of these different emotions, all of the emotions are on the side, right? But one emotion is another emotion, right? Your understanding of love is really fear is the part. And that's how it all starts before you get to any other emotions. It's trying to understand some love, right? It's trying to implement and apply your idea of love as opposed to just being and letting the two of you beings become without these different intentions and interpretations, right? And just being open and honest about whatever ideas come in your mind. If you're going to say anything, if you're going to, you feel me? If you're going to move on anything, let it be sincere. You know what I mean? Let it be genuine. But if you're going to be moving, then you're asking for the unknown components, the unknown contingencies, the unknown factors, basically. The unknown factors, man. You know, which that's all depending on what mirror image, what's the mirror image placement and assessment of your analysis is, right? If it can be turned one way in one sense, but then from another perspective, then it's completely flipped inside out, right? Because there's only yes and no, but sometimes a yes is a no, right? A yes always is a no to whatever else, and a no is a yes to whatever else, right? And that's why the maybe is, you be feeling safe in the maybe, right? But no, man, you gotta keep moving. You can't be going you can't be like, okay, wait, okay, well, that's a yes, but that means that's a no over here, so I'm gonna just be over here until one of these no's become a yes. No, you gotta turn whatever other no into a yes. And turn whatever other yes into a no, right? Because yes, your response, your confirmation, your admittance, right? Your access, basically, right? It's a no or a yes. It's either your access, you have access, or you don't have access, right? To whatever it is that you want, basically. What it is your intention is, your true intention, right? Your objective, my nigga. Right? That's the only reason you would leave God in the first place. It's for what it is that you want. And that's why you're here, for what you want. God made you to experience life in love. Not to lie about what it is that you're doing. Not to have to pretend or accept whatever else instead. For now. Okay? It's about what you choose, right? And that first choice is what you think, right? Now that happens a lot of times involuntarily because of the actions we're involved in lead to these inspirations, these ideas, right? But you already have an idea. You was born with ideas, right? And what's going to awaken you and look, you playing games. What's going to open you to these ideas that already exist in your mind, in your heart, are these activities, these actions, these interactions, these experiences that you have in your life. Right now, they're based in love, unconditional love, right? What is called selfless love. Then your thoughts about it are always going to return to expand upon the idea that the thought comes from, as opposed to you being so desperate to snatch your part of the experience, to keep safe, right? To try to protect in your own capacity, which that's sometimes the only thing we're left to do. because of all the confusion. Yes? You know what I mean? That's your only sanctuary is your mind. You know what I'm saying? Your mind is under attack, nigga, day one, my nigga. For the most part. Unless, nigga, you lucky, nigga. Unless you lucky. Real talk, my G. And that's the situation. Your mind is under attack day one. Unless you're already just a strong spirit to have even been reincarnated, nigga. Yeah, the odds are against your ass. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can always work whatever in your favor, you know, no matter what, as long as you stay true to who you are. Right? And that's the science in itself. You are who you're supposed to be. You wasn't supposed to be nobody else, okay? That's the situation. Even if who you are in comparison is not who you would like to be able to say you are, but what you mean? You are who you are. So how are you going to say whatever else you would be? That's not a maybe. That's the first yes, nigga. Or no. But if you're looking at it like a no, then you're going to have to make whatever, you're going to have to then now search for whatever yes that no means. As opposed to definite irrelevance to confirm. Right? Because the possibilities are endless until they end. And that's what a no is. Right? Right? The first no is what you think about what you think. Right? Because see, the idea is going to lead to the thought. Right? The experiences is going to remind you of the idea. Right? But you don't have to take the idea away from the idea. It's the part. That first no from the yes, right? Because the only way you get a no is from a yes. Okay? And that's the only way you have nothing is if you're comparing it to whatever else. Right? That's how something is nothing, because of course, without something, there's nothing to even relate. That means without nothing, there could not be any something. Yes? And that's the whole part. That's how the yes is the no and the no is the yes, but it starts with the yes. Because why? Why does it start with yes? Because it's an access. Yes? It's a yes because why? Because it's now something at all is why it's yes. Coming out of that zero into a zero. From whatever would be a zero is non-existent, and that it's literally as well as nigga specifically non-existent. But how the fuck does it exist if it's non-existent? Well, I'm telling you how, nigga. I'm explaining to you how zero can even be. How can nothing be anything? Well, shit. We wasting this time, nigga, with all these empty ass thoughts is how it can be something. Especially when you're making something out of nothing when it's already nothing. It's already something in nothing. Yes? So the part is like this. Yes, that's how it's a yes, right? And you take that to where? You actually take it to two, which would be your wisdom, which you know better about what you think, right? Right? Because the knowledge is the knowledge whether you know about the knowledge or not. And that's the whole little trap of the knowledge, right? The knowledge is really the information that already exists outside of your own experience, right? Because your own experience would be what? It's not your self-knowledge. It is self-knowledge because there is no self in itself, for one. But self-knowledge in itself can be better understood and analyzed, or rather defined as wisdom. That's what we're saying when we say wisdom, right? Is what you know better about what it is that you're thinking, or even before you even think about it. It's that heart knowing, it's that inner knowing, right? Even though this knowledge is a trap leading to this fucking abyss of subconscious relations and annotations and and comparisons, that's not inner knowledge, right? Your inner knowledge is your inner mind's eye, which is your higher self, right? The divine idea before it's broken into these membered parts, before you have to remember it. Yes? Because to know, to truly know, is to remember. So if you know something, rather, if you are now learning something, which is to think in itself, to think is to learn. To know is to remember. Okay, now I'm saying two things in what I'm saying to you, right? You can have knowledge because now you are retaining some information that you've exposed yourself to, or now not deflected the effect of this exposure to effectively and proactively and organically and holistically and honestly, right? It's hard because, you know what I mean? You got to be an expert nowadays. You find against lifetime career scholars and shit that know they wrong, but they just got a chip on their shoulder because that love is broken. That love is broken in their life. You know what I'm saying? They got the wrong idea of it from the beginning, and it's just been, you know what I mean, building, which would be deteriorating, right? And becoming different members of the members of the members. Their entire fucking experience on Earth, right? And the thing about them is, right, they got the opening in time, right? Because what they're doing is thinking, right? More so than what it is they know to do. They don't follow through with what the thought brings them to, which is that idea, right? They might have ideas, theories, right? These conceptualizations about particular technical details so as to compile and compose this proposition as far as to implement a particular what is it called, structured and systemized protocol of actions to take in reference to whatever accepted facts, basically, which is science, which science in itself is all theory, right? Scientia means to think. Science means to think, not to know. Not even to know. Right? And before I get off the topic, what I was even brought it to, niggas with half love and whole brains. Really, they only have a half brain because they're in the logic side of the brain, right? And that's how we even start talking about this is the whole idea of logic in itself, right? And the whole function of logic and the whole existence of logic, which that's non-existent in itself because it's a reference to a reference, right? As far as zero and that being yes, right? And you taking that now to your own internalizing, right? Because now it's external and that it's outside of where it's outside of the source into whatever sort of encapsulated moment, basically, right? From moment to moment. Yes. In that you have the ability to connect your consciousness, basically, to connect your own consciousness, which would be your conscience. Your conscience is the very mechanism you use so as to relate your thoughts. Right? Now, when you're relating your thoughts, you're taking two ideas and comparing them. Okay? And remember we were talking about how the zero got the two in it already. Remember, we said that already. Now, I don't want to get to go into how that relates to what I'm saying, well, because I'm already going to do that and explaining why I just said it. Even though all idea is consciousness in itself, the idea now is that zero, right? That's the idea. But consciousness It's not a idea. Okay? We are an idea. But that is only when we take and put ourselves in ourselves. Right? Mentally. Right? Because you're experiencing life consciously without thinking about it. Right? Subconsciously, you got thoughts that are circulating, but that's not necessarily depicting and directing your actions or responses or experience until it is. You understand? And before and until it does, you're just being until you decide what to be next or how to be next, right? And at this point, it will be in connection to the different moments that's led up to this moment. And that first moment, shit, nigga, you can be anything. A human baby, nigga, can be anything, nigga. A human baby, nigga, can transform into anything. Makes sense, no? I think so. It's probably gonna have to grow first, but damn, it gotta grow first still, right? And even into a human adult body. Yes. With this already structured sort of, you know what I mean, compacted context of abilities now as an adult, mature mentality, yes? But even before we get there, nigga, if it take a different route, then it'll have a different sort of structure, cuz the very cells that aren't even all the way formed yet will now even expand. You feel me? Say for instance, yes? Because what make a baby grow 10 feet tall and shit? Nigga was probably born tall, it was in his genetics, fair enough. But that's just an example of what I mean. You know what I mean? It's gotta be some sort of structure. It's gotta be, you know, limited at some point, some sort of limitation, as far as material limitation. But that's my entire point to you. Even genetic mutation is possible, right? Not, you taking and mutating something or mutilating it, but it evolving. Evolution, they say, is possible, right? We even are an evolution of a particular organism, cuz the human baby wasn't even always the human baby, supposedly. Okay? And if not, my nigga. Okay? Now this is the concept, Nate. Okay? This is the info right here, nigga. These are the details, okay? If evolution is not the situation, then that has very strong implications in itself. As far as the capacity for this physical, material organism that is the human body, that is the human physique, that is the human experience in itself. Okay? Like I said in the first joint, shit, nigga, a woman have a natural birth out in nature by herself, of course, ain't no telling what could happen. I would imagine she gonna get visited by aliens before coming in contact with whatever else sort of civilization. I would hope so. Because people gonna be probing her worse than the fucking aliens would. Right? Like I said, when you're born, your fucking mind is under attack, my nigga. People putting ideas in your mind. Gaga go go? Did that baby say gaga go go? No. Let the baby say what it's gonna say, cuz don't say nothing around the baby. Until it say something to you. I mean, I'm not telling you what to do about far as babies. I'm just saying, like, don't put no ideas in the baby mind. It's all about guidance. It's all about you nurturing the baby And sometimes that takes vibration, song, with you wop, and we speak in words. But my nigga, where you get your words from, family? Where did you get your words from, fam? That's the situation, cuz on a fuller spectrum, I'm not saying like, oh, don't talk to your babies and don't let your baby be able to laugh. It's gonna laugh regardless, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? But what language you speaking to your baby? What man made that language? Shit, nigga, I don't know about all of that, bro. I'm suspicious of that, girl. At this point, I'm a little suspicious of that. If you not, then I guess. I'm not saying you're wrong or I'm right. I am saying though that there's only limits. That the only limits that there are the ones that you accept, that you adhere to, that you follow. You know what I mean? Automatically halogen lights in the hospital to begin with. Nah, nigga. If it's nighttime, then the first light on my son or my daughter needs to be moonlight. Simple as that. The first light on my son needs to be sunlight, nigga. Not halogen lights. Even if you know what I'm saying, you're doing a natural birth in your own bathtub. If you're not outside, that's not all the way correct. I'm just saying, you're going to go outside. You can't stay inside your whole life and live. So why would you want to bring, you know what I'm saying? Why would you want the first experience to be inside under some false lights? That's not adding up to me. Like, that shit, what the fuck? Like, what type shit is this? Of course, you know, the mom say, look, if you're hard enough having this baby, nigga. You know what I mean? I ain't taking no epidermal, none of that extra shit, right? You come push this nigga out, and then you get talking to me about some lights. Fair enough. I can't say it. It's not something that I would be able to say. I'm just thinking, though, like, right? A nigga just thinking, right? And so the very thoughts in themselves, the idea in itself is already now something when it's actually everything, right? The very notion, the inspiration in itself. Now that's how you can then connect whatever you're led to back to the inspiration, right? Because it is the very inspiration, right, that creates the impulse to even consider or to isolate, signify the very direction or placement or significance of whatever said degree of an idea, i.e. thought. Because an idea, you can't have an idea without a thought, but you can have an idea without a thought. And we are having all sorts of ideas. Our brains are full of ideas. Swollen. Overflowing. Not even assigned to any sound particularly yet. Not one sound or any selection or differentiated either of the tones of sound. Only, at least, until, of course, you connect that inspiration to your intention. No? Yes. Right now, you got to go through what for that? You got to go through your intelligence and your intellect for that. You don't have to, is what I'm saying to you. So to bring it back home so that you are not lost in the knowledge of what I'm saying to you. Because I don't have no textbook knowledge to refer. I do, but I don't give a fuck about that. I'll smack in your mouth. Okay? And then that'll help you learn a lot quicker. What? No, wrong. Bet you get it right the next time. Oh, snap. Now, if you don't get this right the next time, then something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. You like pain. Something wrong with you. You was right that time, but I just figured, since you had to ask, right? And that's that understanding, right? Which you're gonna automatically meet there if it's not already, if it's not already complete and whole as it deserves to be, for you to even be involving it at all. You know what I mean? So I'm going to bring you to another person, just like whatever is going to bring you to that first particular idea, which is an I.E. thought, which the thought now is then emphasized, quote unquote, created, you know what I'm saying, in your consideration of the idea, right? Because ain't no thought that's not connected to an idea unless it's some motherfucking information, right? Because the information are thoughts, but they're not your thoughts all the time, right? It may relate to something that you can connect to a thought that you would have, but you gotta be real careful about that, right? We already reading these letters, nigga. Them is thoughts in themselves that we didn't think of, right? Now, if you trust them, I don't know. Like I said, if it wasn't imposed upon the planet, if it wasn't, you feel me? If it wasn't a force type thing and it just evolved naturally, then it'd be different. Then I could say, okay, well, yeah, no, man, look, man, I can feel the love in these letters. I can feel the love in these letters. But I got to be real creative for that. You know what I'm talking about? I got to be real creative for that. If I'm going to mention it at all, if I'm going to include it or involve it at all, especially when it comes to whoever else and their ideas and thoughts and feelings and intellect and intelligence. Right? If they even open about what it is they actually know about what they know, what it is they actually think about what they know, what it is they actually think about what they think, what it is they actually know about what they think. And that's 4 different components in itself. What you know about what you know about what you think about what you know, and what you think about what you think. Now, when you take your thoughts about your thoughts, which is inevitable, that's the 2 ideas. Really, you got 2 ideas. That's what a thought is in itself. You get a thought from 2 ideas. Right? Which there is nothing but idea, which idea is consciousness in itself. But see, consciousness is not in the zero, bro. It is, because consciousness is everything. Right? But that's not all it is. That's not only there. It ain't when I'm talking about. Okay? Right? It's that point, the bindu, within the zero. Right? And then you got the circumference, yes? Now that's that zero in itself. You know what I'm saying? The Itango. And that's got 3 levels to that, making 1. Because you can't have 1 without the 3. And this is how you got the 3. I'm telling you about how the 3 is. It's a thought about a thought leads to another thought, which would be your decision. Right? But once it becomes a third thought between 2 thoughts, now it has to be a decision, because you're choosing one thing in reference to what is possible. Right? And that's where that maybe is. And that's why by the time you get to the understanding, knowledge is already created through even there being understanding there. Because if the knowledge is not created, if that maybe doesn't appear, then that understanding is power. But it is only power when it returns back through a new path, from the same path that led to the 1, or it's actually 2 that led to the 2 from the would-be 1. But what you're not considering is the 0. But you would be considering the 0 even in returning to the 1. Right? Because you already been to the 1. Why would you go back to the 1? Oh, because, well, see, 3 is 0.
right? And you already complete, but you can't complete it until you close that circle, which would be that 0. Right? From power, not understanding, back to your crown, back to the idea, back to Obatala, back to Asar. Right? On your way to Amen, or Olodumare, who is Amen, Atum, as well as Amun, and Ptah and Mut together. Ptah and Mut together. Right? Because you can't get nothing without the two, you feel me? Without the parents. Right? Now, those parents drop down to 2 and 3 if you turn to your interpretation, to your assumption, to your doubt, to your justification, which is necessary for the most part when it comes to conventional application. But don't be so conventional. Be unconventional, guys. Stay what you do. Stay doing what stay unpredictable, guys. You got to stay unpredictable, guys. Just to keep it nigga free. It's okay. What's somebody gonna judge you? Somebody gonna do something to you? But shit, nigga, let them motherfuckers come do what the fuck they feel like they wanna do to you, nigga. I answer to God only. And I'm not finna do nothing illegal no more because, of course, you know what I'm saying? I like my free will. I don't want to trade my free will for something that's not necessarily to do. Yeah, I'm talking about. But a nigga try to fucking, you either gonna be encapsulated, imprisoned in your own mental prison, or you're gonna be in a physical prison somewhere by trying to retain your free will, your true free will. Right? Which is the only way to even get out of the fear. Right? It's through your free will, which is the center, right? Which is really all it is the free will. Okay? All it is the free will. Okay? Now your memory is what's gonna save you. Because by the time you fucking get to your memory, nigga, it's no hope for you, nigga, until you start to retract what really the inspiration actually was, as to what you felt like it was, as to what you accepted it to be, as to what you applied incorrectly it to be. You need to remember now, and that's going to take you back to your free will to do something about what it is you realize and know to be real. When you're supposed to have did that already. Because that free will wouldn't even be there unless you didn't do it. But it's already there. But if you want to try to separate it from what it is you're doing, by not staying unpredictable, then that's on you and whoever else is involved. Alhamdulillah. The two thoughts. I'm all in your ear, cuz. I'm all in your ear, man. I was told myself I was going to keep it a lot more copacetic, a lot more fucking calmer, very mellow. I like to be mellow. Like I said, I ain't got room in my mind, man, for all these extra, insignificant, irrelevant ass. That's what it is. It's this whole situation. You got to be trading off. You be now and letting your connector thoughts evaporate to make space for to save room for these now defensive justifications. That's what be happening because, like I said, your mind is your sanctuary. It's supposed to be your temple. Like I said, your mind is your sanctuary. It's supposed to be your temple. Your very heart and mind. But being that love is life and life is light and everything is everything and light is consciousness in itself, consciousness is light, right? Even without this first idea as to whatever sort of angle of light, or rather at the idea it's all angles, but it's still a degree. It's still at a degree. Now when you connect it to whatever other degree, whatever it is now that you're collecting it, right, in your connection, whether it's correct or incorrect, right, the connection that you are now able to connect at your collection, whether you collect it at the idea in itself and you just be, or you collect it and connect it as well as correctly connect it in its collection at 2, which would be doing, right? Because even to think, you're doing, right? Even if you don't know you doing it, you dig? Even if you don't know you doing it, you are still being, because who you are is what you do. Who you are is what you do, right? But say, for instance, you don't do a fucking thing except for just be. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine you was just to be, right? You got people around you. Say for instance, nigga, your pops did a lot. Your pops did enough for you and whatever other yous you might decide to include. So you ain't got to do shit, nigga, but just be alive, since he brought your fucking ass in the world to begin with. Since that other man brought you in the fucking world anyway. Through your free will, you feel me? Your choice, nigga, to include whatever it is that you choose, you're gonna end up performing some activity, but that's not necessarily so. You could be sitting there, nigga, your whole life, nigga, thinking the whole time, which is to do in itself. And that will determine what you be. Who you are is what you do. Even if that's just think, which who in the fuck is just thinking? What's it? I think I seen a slogan that said just think. Yes? You know what I'm saying? Just do it. Okay, fair enough. That means what? Don't think. Okay, well, hey, just do this shit. I hear you. Don't get me wrong, nigga. I'm improvisational, you know what I'm saying? Sporadic and unpredictable innovator. Improv, you feel me? On the spot. I'm gonna do it, not even say nothing about it, not even think about it first. I like doing shit like that. I like learning as I do things. I like to learn it as I do it, right? Do it as I learn it. At the point you get a chance to be grown, you already been gonna be and done something at least, even if it's just breathing, you're still doing something, right? You can't just be. But even in just being, everything you do, you're still being, is what I'm saying. Yes. However, though, if these actions are now disarrayed, right, leading you away from your true essence of who you are, overallly, you're still being, right? But are you being true to who you are? You know, to who you are, right? Because who you are is what you do. No, but even like I said, you can be thinking without realizing you're thinking about certain things, right? Based on those inspirations, right? That lead to that spark the idea, that reveal the idea to you. The idea is there. That's the whole point. The idea is there. The idea is not even the zero. The idea is the one already. Okay? Right? And you can move that into the thought, which would be your inner wisdom, right? Your thought is already sure. Right? That's the whole point. Right? Even if it's subconscious, it's sure. It gets convoluted when you start justifying it, when you start evaluating it, when you start analyzing it, which that's not bad, but it has the tendency to be incorrect as far as it being complete, as far as it connecting to where it came from, right? As far as its incorrectness or correctness, right or wrong. You dig? You feel me? A broad get the mouthing off, snapping off at you, and your natural instinct is to, you feel me? Strike a bit of thunder, offer some friction. You know what I mean? Just your masculinity, you know what I'm saying? Your primal instinct is telling you she's feeling frolicky right now. That's what lionesses do, right? You know what I mean? You see two gorillas, a mama papa gorilla, nigga. You don't want to be between none of that, okay? There's nothing wrong with none of that. All I'm saying is that's a natural sort of instinctual response, impulse that you can't always control. And it's not about controlling it. It's about managing it. It's about applying what it is that you realize, okay? Subconsciously, we have these reflexes, you know? You got intuition, then you got impulse, like I said, then you got instinct, and then you got your intuition. No, you got your intention.
Initiative.
Right? The intention, as far as what it is that you want, is always going to color your experience. You know what I'm saying? It's like even from a baby, right? Even in the first opening of the idea into the one, from all of consciousness, right? Which consciousness is consciousness, but there's no reference to consciousness until you have these now, the limitations of the unlimited, basically. And that's the zero, the consciousness, right? That's why on the Hermetic tree that you have those three levels above the one. There's no zero, but you have those three levels of the limitness, the unlimited light, and then it's another limit. It's three different particular capacities of limits, of unlimitedness, basically. And that's what I mean as far as consciousness. In the material world, it's not even material until it gets down, all the way down past the memory onto the very material 10 world. But as I mentioned to you, the 10 is the very one in itself. It's not even supposed to ever be different from 2 or 3 to 10 until you associate, not even only just decide so much subconsciously or consciously, associate your intention, right? Which begins with the very idea is your intention, right? It's wrapped up in it. The idea is more universal, but your intention is more personal, right? Your intention is unlimited in itself, but you got to start somewhere. And that's why it's the number one, where you start. Now, when you take it, should be back to zero. But that's going to take it going all the way through 10 automatically and simultaneously, and it not becoming now congested in any one of these areas so much more so than another area, right? And that takes quieting your thoughts. That now takes your concentrating, right? Because you got conceptualizing. You have contemplating, and then you have concentrating. Okay, concentration is now centralizing all of those, both sides, whether it's right or left, turn back or forward, backward or forward, right? Because your left is my right, and my right is your left. If we facing each other, but if we facing the same way, then we got the same right and the same left. Okay? But my very right side is my left side if I turn my ass around. And you're gonna be doing a lot of turning around either way. If you don't stay centralized circulating in that zero, nigga. Up beyond the zero, nigga. Right? So when now babies can be up beyond the zero before they even compartmentalize the capacity of the possibilities. Right? Shit, they might connect to some shit and get to speaking an original language to us, nigga, and teaching us how to talk. Why? Because it wasn't infiltrated, it wasn't contaminated by some old off-brand ass weird shit. I see this shit all the time. I see this shit all the time. A baby look at it at one of their loved ones, right? Don't get me wrong, it's not a bad thing. Right? It's not a bad thing. It's very layered. It's a very layered, and it starts somewhere, like I said, and it's definitely going to start with the first thought that you have. Right? And then you got to get back to that first thought eventually, guys. To go beyond that first thought, my nigga. That's what that root work is, my nigga. That's what that root work is, my nigga. It's called total soul recall, my nigga. It's the entire process, fam. Total soul recall. That sparks with Yemaya, who is Isis, who is Offset, my nigga, which is the memory of just above the earth, right? The entire tree is connected to your memory, who is Offset, who is Yemaya, who is the ocean family. Okay? Now, you know what I'm saying? Now these waves of water, material waves, right? Because they come out of the immaterial realm, but it's still the waters of noon. Which noon or nu is not one. That's Asar, that's one. At the top, the crown, yes? Okay. Or we call him Osiris, or he's also termed Osiris by the Greeks, or by the Comedics. Well, the Comedics call him Asar, actually. Osiris is actually a Greek name for Asar. That's after one, but then above that is Nu, who is Amen, who is actually Mut and Ptah, who is actually Amun and not Atin, but Amun, Amen, and Atum, Atum is the zero. Not even the one just yet. It's Atum, which is the very atom in itself. Yes, that concentration, nigga, when you concentrate your mind through that total soul recall from the 9, which is above the 10, which everything is in the 9, being that 0 is 3 and 9 is 3 ways, yes? Which you got the yes, no, maybe. Those are the different aspects, the different sides. Yes? The tetrahedron, no? The tetragrammaton, yes? The tetrahedron, the tetragrammaton, no? The 3 letters of God's name, no? Or 4 letters, but actually 3 letters, but then it's a 4th letter. After whatever. Yes? Which the very term God is a 3-letter word. Right? Just like 1 is a 3-letter word. Just like you is a 3-letter word. All 1 syllable. Yes? Just like her and him is a 3-letter word. In English. Just like men. Just like lie. Okay? How many 2-letter words you got? Well, I can think of no. And that's what that first no is. Like I said, that 2. Because the yes was the 1. Yes? You got all it is yes and no. All it is yes and no. With the yes being a 3-letter word. You got to forgive me. I'm fucking with you, cuz. You feel me? This is not no secret, though. This what I'm saying to you, nigga, is obvious reality, nigga. The only reason you ain't building on the facts of what I'm mentioning to you is because you have some sort of fucking complex, cuz. Simple as that. Your factors are flipped, nigga. You facing forward and backward at the same time. All in maybe mode. All in maybe mode. Talking about knowledge and shit. Fuck, nigga. Knowledge is power. No, power would technically be understanding once knowledge is there. But without knowledge, which knowledge is non-existent, that's why it's just a fucking ghost circle, a ghost sphere it's not even there unless you know it's there. Without that, there's no understanding or knowledge. There's only power. Power is energy. Power is energy. You know what I'm saying? Energy is consciousness. Okay? Now you direct this energy and consciousness through what is called focus. Focus is your intention. Intention. Okay? Now, once your intention passes your impulse, now you have to connect it and neutralize it with your intuition. Your intuition. Yes, because your intention is what we mistakenly assume and associate with as our intuition. That's actually our intention. Okay? Because your intuition is like this sort of, you know what I mean, etheric, sort of psychic, I want to say clue, but it's, you know, it's like a psychic. You heard what I said, right? Okay. There's no nice way to say what I said to you. Okay? Because I would see if it wasn't that niggas was secretly feeling away. You feel me? Niggas are feeling away about that, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And they want to hurt people, yeah. They want to hurt people, yeah. And then when they don't be able to hurt people, then they already feel guilty about even wanting to hurt a person. Right? So that make them even more angry. Right? So it's crazy. It's nuts. But it's all lovely. It's all it's sort of got this air of absurdity to it, which I'm not mad at the absurdity. So don't get me wrong, that's why I gotta be a bit belligerently absurd with you about it, so that you can connect it when it gets to get extremely raw and ravenous out this motherfucker, because it gets ravenous. It's gonna get ravenous and rambunctious, you know what I mean? Even more so. Yeah, and that's that in itself, the very instinct, the very electricity that connects everything, yes? Right? It moves through that electricity, that kinetic energy. You know what I mean? You gotta have those pinpoints to where you can bounce off of, ricochet. You know what I mean? In that spiraling abyss, right? Just don't miss that memory, cuz. Just don't miss that memory, yo. If you doing anything, then shit, you doing it so that you can have it. That is your soul in itself, or your very actions. Who you are is what you do. And your thoughts are eternal, right? So even if you are trying to ignore, if you're trying to suppress, if you want to overlook and replace your feelings and experiences and past, it's still alive and it's growing stronger than you if you're not moving through it, right? Your very weakness is becoming stronger than you. You know what I'm saying? That's backwards. Your weakness is made to remain weak. But if you're not being yourself, right? To know thyself. To know is to what? Is to remember, family. Yes? I know you know that. If I don't know nothing else, I know that to know is to remember, and that you know that to know is to remember. And that's something I'm sure of. I'm sure that you're sure of at this point if you listening to me. Not listening to me, but hearing what it is that I might be mentioning. Right? As to why I'm mentioning it, and I came back to mentioning what I had mentioned and I didn't complete on, because if I don't say it when I can, then it's gonna be all mixed up or whatever else a nigga might say. Which, like I said, I ain't really trying to. I'm a contemplator, bro. I'm actually literally a concentrator. But me, I'm not just one person. All of us are each other. You know what I'm talking about? So I keep it abstract and unpredictable, and that's what takes me to these little, you know what I'm saying, these zones, these different little neutral zones, you know what I mean? To where it's like everything, but it's nothing at the same time, you know? Yet, until it need to be what it needs to be in a particular situation. And that's what we have the opportunity as well as responsibility and privilege and honor so as to actualize and are acclimating in this experience, this fuller experiment that is this simulation. You feel me? Consciousness in this particular realm, in the external realm, yes? You know, because it's the nature of it, but it's still got its own performances, you know what I mean? And expressions in itself, yes? As far as being and doing and thinking in between that. And those are the three sides of it. And then, but as far as speaking, now that's that fourth component. You know what I mean? Speaking, like I said, like they say, actions speak louder than words, really isn't shit. But at the same time, if you ain't trying to be loud, then hey, we using our inside voice, huh? Or what? You know what I mean? It's confidential, no? Shit, what's it? Fidelity is one thing. What is fidelity? Confidential, yes? Fidential, yes? Confidelity, no? Right? You got infidelity, yes? You got high fidelity, yes? Fidelity is your loyalty to something. You know what I'm saying? Is your allegiance and resonance with something is your fidelity. Confident. Confident, that secret that don't exist, right? You know it, but it's like it ain't confirmed. That's what a secret is. Right? You ignoring it. You have to now accept it as not when it actually is. That's the confidential, yeah? Yeah, man. See, I done got mixed up. Now I gotta listen back to what I done already didn't set up and said, but even say what it is what I had been mentioned and saying. But yo, don't forget about Yemaya. Don't forget about Offset and ISIS, because that memory is what's gonna fucking fish your ass back from out of the dark waters. Yemaya's blue because that is where the light still is in the dark. Okay, which is beneath the surface. Yes. It's still that last point of blue before the green, which is actually triple darkness, right? That's how, as far as materially is concerned, right? Because Asar/Osiris was green, yes, green in that he was motherfucking African, nigga, like Sudanese, motherfucking Nigerian. Not Nigerian, but Nigerian, okay? The nigga was Kenyan, okay? Back when Kenya was still Zaire and shit, nigga, you feel me? This nigga was triple black. That's why he's green. You seen a blue black person? You ever seen a purple black person? Purple is the second level, okay? A black person is motherfucking blue. And that's why Krishna blue. And that's why when you go to Europe, you see Black Madonna. And that's why all the original Buddhas and all of these Hindu statues, nigga, are Beliznizayak. Okay, it's not nothing racist. It's about that saturation, okay, of activity, okay, of melanation, not melanin, but melanation, which is the carbon now concentrated through whatever source of thought activity. And that was the result. It don't have to be that now because it's already been whatever else, and whatever else, it's got its own special sacred function as well as purpose and importance. Most absolutely. And trust and believe that. Trust and believe that, cuz. I know that within my soul. I ain't never doubted it, cuz. You know? Don't get it mixed up. Like, we got our own demons too. Everybody got their own particular sorts of different assorted nature of fucking demons. And Yamaya's going to remind you of that before it gets too past the triple into the fourth. Because a lot, the reason I even say green, because the earth is green. It's the green planet, yes? Right? But green is actually darker than blue. You understand? Even though you want to feel like it's mixed with a little lighter yellow, that's in pigment. But as far as light is concerned, that's in light. That's in light. You know what I'm talking about? But when you come to complexion, when it comes to actual carbon, which the Earth is a carbon planet, we are carbon organisms. You know what I'm saying? Even as far as even just the meeting of activity, the meeting of material, the meeting of saturation, the saturation of elements in the very organizing, which organicism, the organicness of us, right? I'm telling you now, you see a person that's super dark black, they're gonna have a green sheen on them. If they're a bit lighter blacker, they're gonna have a blue sheen or a purple sheen. Right? You go from blue to purple to triple black, which that's if you are up on what you should be up on, which you automatically up on speaking any language other than Sanskrit or original Chinese, or not Chinese but Japanese, then you're already up on it without realizing you're up on it. That's that involuntary thinking we're doing. That's that acting we're doing, the doing that we're doing without knowing we're doing. Those thoughts we have, in which are connected to these sounds that we must now associate these thoughts with, which we don't necessarily have to, but in order to comfortably and conventionally apply in this particular systemized situation we find ourselves in currently, then it has an actually irrelevant relevance to it. Right? A relevant irrelevance, basically. The irrelevance of it is actually relevant in enough respects, as long as a motherfucker who's obviously feeling away and got time to reinforce and you know what I'm saying, implement as well as enforce their influence in regards as far as their intellectualism and intelligence or whatever the fuck. What they know that you don't know, so to speak. When there's nothing that you don't know, but however you want to use it, if you have secrets, then that's another thing. How transparent you being at the end of the day. If I was to learn everything that you've learned in half the time, right? Because my intellect is more connected, right? Wisely, yes. Right? Because it's going to take you even longer to learn some fake shit. To learn some now diluted details about the actual facts, about the actual truth. Okay? It's going to take you longer to learn some details about the facts, about the truth. Right? And that's the only way you're going to even be able to have any argument if it's not coming from a place of sincerity, of genuineness, of actual purpose for all of life, man. Like, you got your own objective, and that's fine. What we would call or term as intention, yes, of course. But even that intention is in reference to your association, right? Your association, yes? In the moment, right? Whether it's your first moment, it's based on the moment. This time here on this material earth, this circulating, revolving earth that gives us time and space. That means that we have moments and we have a sequence of events, right? A sequence of interactive instances, okay? We can let a moment pass, but whatever moment we collect is going to involve whatever moments are next to them. It can be many moments that's passed before the moment comes that you move on, right? Or you move with, but that moment automatically is moving, for one. So you're moving it from where it's already at, for one, when you need it, right? That moment, at least, right? The moment you're moving with the moment. You're moving the moment, but you're moving with the moment. But the moment is already moving, right? It's been many moments before you was even able to move on or with a moment, right? And every one of them moments are relative and relevant to the very moment that you are now moving on and with. Now, where you moving it to, you're going to have to, it's going to involve degrees. It's going to involve pressure, right? It's going to involve factors, okay? Right? So that's the importance of your selection, of your deciding, right? Of your intellectualizing and your intelligibility, right? Your analysis, right? Of your contemplation, of your concentration, of your conceptualizing. Okay? That's the importance of how it is you approach something. The very angle that you approach it is determined, as we discussed, by the 2 degrees in reference. The 2 degrees is the angle. You have a degree that you start, but it's coming to somewhere, right? Now, wherever it does end up at, in the completion of when you're able to return again in reference to wherever you started, right? Because that's an action. That is a confirmating decision that you make. Is an automatic angle, right? Whatever decision you make is your acting on your choice, right? And you make a choice based on what? Based on options, right? So options in themselves is already a subconscious choice you're making through your understanding or not, right? Because you don't have to consider options based on what you understand to be possible. And if you're doing that to start with, nigga, then your angle automatically is going to have to return to that angle, return to that first degree again in reference to the fuller completing degree, which should be that idea, that source inspiration. It's always going to be the relating degree, the confirmating degree, the correlating degree to the degree that you start your angle of how you're approaching whatever choice you're making out of the options that you see. Now, the options either is going to be based on your understanding or not. Now, it can be not based on your understanding and still not based on your knowing or being, which the being is the one and the inner knowing, all consciousness is the 0, and the wisdom in itself is the thought. Right? Because you have thoughts you don't understand until you take it upon yourself to consider them enough to think about what it is that you're thinking. And even that is not necessarily an understanding yet until you make a decision as to if you agree with what it is you think about what you think or not. If you're going to conclude that this is exactly what it is that you think, really, when that's really actually a feeling. Like I said, a feeling is what you think about what you think, right? That's what a feeling is, right? And an emotion is how you feel about how you feel. An emotion is how you feel about how you feel. But you can't feel nothing without thinking about it. But you can unawarely think about things. You cannot be aware in your thoughts. You know what I'm saying? That's that subconscious thinking. Yeah, those subconscious thoughts are your emotions. But that's not even necessarily up to the level of thought, which would be in the 6th zone, which is the free will, because you're now choosing where your mind is going or where you're taking the moment. You're choosing yourself as opposed to the moment taking your ass somewhere below that 6. And then you got to remember where the fuck you was when you moved with the moment. Right? Or not remember that shit. You feel me? You can emphasize and focus, right? Which that's the very focus is one that's going to move anything. It's what it's very direction is the direction of energy in itself is focus, my nigga. You can focus and not really just allow yourself to actually remember through whatever sort of blockage you didn't place or allowed to be placed, or you didn't really realize, or was fucking, whatever it is. Your weakness then became stronger than your will, right? Your weakness is supposed to stay weak. But if you're ignoring it, if you're not being yourself, then the self right? Which is non-existent, not necessarily non-existent, but it's really a figment, right? Because you got notions and you got figments. What's a figment? It's not a remnant. It's not a remnant, my nigga. A figment in itself is not necessarily a remnant. Now, remnants of your notion can be a figment, okay? But a figment is not a notion. It is, but you know what I'm saying? I was trying to confuse myself just then. I was a bit successful in confusing myself, finally. No, I'm fucking with you. As far as remembering, though, right? And letting the moment take you, as opposed to you with your free will taking that moment. And letting the moment take you, as opposed to you with your free will taking that moment. Back to, what was I saying about, well, I remember what I was saying. Well, let me remember what I was saying before I get to going to where it is. If you do let it take you or you take it, the free will is what's going to take it is that focus, right? It's going to take you to the memory, right? The focus is the very direction of energy in itself. Now, a figment, right? Because you got the imagination. Now, the imagination is where the free will is gestated at. Okay, now this area is known as Het Haru or Oshun. Okay, now Oshun is right there, right next to Yemaya, but it's not the expected direction, right? It's not I won't say natural, because like I said, nigga, the tree, these different paths, nigga, are the same path turned inside out. Okay, so Het Haru is actually Sebek, which would be in that area, I want to say Ogun, right there in that area. I'm not looking at my chart. I need to look. Let me try to remember who that is right there. Who is right there? Who is right there at the bottom left side for the glory, right? Which is also your belief. Is the glory also represents your belief, right? Because you know something, then you believe something, but your belief is going to be your first typical path from memory will be to your belief, right? Or you can go to your imagination. You hear me? Okay, I'm not gonna spaz on you. Just don't be looking at me like, you feel me, you don't like me or something, cuz, because you don't know me, cuz. You know thyself, cuz. Because if you knew yourself, then you would know me. Because there is no other than self, and it's not even a self. And if you're talking about selves, then you obviously don't know. Right? So that's the whole riddle in know thyself. Know thyself. Know thyself. So that's the whole riddle in know thyself. You understand something? No, you don't. Try to comprehend. But wait to comprehend if you ain't doing no conceptualizing, and wait to conceptualize until you done did some concentrating. Okay? I mean, as a word of advice, an admonition to the thinkers. You feel me? Which is the focusing of energy, right? It's to concentrate, yes? To focus. You feel me? Now you can focus. You can have multiple focuses. You can not have to be so strictly intellectual to focus, right? But you want to be able to be free to evolve your appreciation of your experience. That's why we're here. That's why God put us here, right? It's for us to actualize what we want, what we choose, what we intend for ourselves, for our legacy, for our involvement, for our hearts, our minds, our spirit, our soul, our time. That's the idea. That's the idea. That's the idea. That's the idea. Okay? Whatever meaning you put on it, yeah, it's still the idea. That's why it's in the center. Right? The centralized concentration, yes. Right? But you still have to remember that if you're wrong, which you can be wrong, You're still gonna have to remember it, but that's gonna take that free will, right? You gotta pass your free will and even to get to the memory, but you're gonna take that memory back to the free will. Otherwise, if you don't make it back to the memory, as we was just talking about, from this materialization, right? The result is below the memory, yes? You can't remember nothing that ain't happened yet. You can, but that would be your intuition. Right? That's more closer to that not imaginary, but imagination side. Right? Right? Because it's still whatever has happened is connected to what will happen, though. Yes. Right? And your belief about what will happen is just what you're going to accept as well as expect. And your very expectations leads to what? Leads to disappointments. Not every time, but it's a 50-50 chance you're taking. And it's already in a 25 zone, so really, what's half of 25? That's a 12.5 chance. You go to what only can happen, which that's good for structuring in its own little function and figment of your imagination, right? But your figment of your belief, too. You got figments of belief and figments of imagination. But just realize whatever it is you fucking believe in is what you are imagining to be so. Otherwise, you would know it for sure. So you might as well go to, yeah, it's probably right, but we don't know yet. I'm gonna have faith. With that faith is dead without that free will into your very actions, into your works, the works of your hands, which is going to involve your decisions, which is in between your intelligence and your intellect. Really, it starts with your idea, is your capacity as well as activity, right? Because see, the first activity should be to pray, right? Which is going to unify every aspect, every side, every figment and notion and belief and knowing and thinking and hoping, right? As you're doing. And what's cool about it is now you're activating truth. You're activating truth, right? Now, if you have doubt in the back of your mind, yes, true, but you're still taking the action to consider, right? And you have to be wholehearted. You need to pray wholeheartedly, which that's the free will in itself. You're free to do whatever it is you want. But what really do you want? Do you even know what you want? Do you even need to know what you want in order to do? What you're doing and continuing to doing and going in sequence and finishing what you're doing is going to reveal to you, even if it's personally and internally, what it is that you actually want. Whether you're confused about it or not, as long as you continue and can continue, it'll make sense if it needs to make sense. But if you ain't trying to make no sense, then it's still gonna make sense, right? It's still gonna make sense, even if you're trying your best for it not to make sense. Which you would have to even have an idea of what sense is in order to be trying to have it not make sense, right? You could be subconsciously wanting to be nonsensical or be outlandishly rebellious as well as rejecting as possible, contrary, contrasting, right? Contradictory as possible. Everything you do is contradiction. Everything you do is an expression as well as a statement of rebellion, a statement of fucking, you know what I'm saying, non-conformity, you feel me? Like, or just the most retarded ass shit you can do, right? That's the whole thing about two negatives though, bro, right? Two no's is gonna bring you to a yes. You dig? The first no is the thought, okay? Right? From the idea, which would be the one. The first no is the two. There's only yes and no. That's why in order to get anywhere else, which would be three, you have to pass that maybe zone. Because the three is actually the two. There is no three. As we said, the three is just a figment. You understand? The three is just a figment, right? It has its place when it needs to be open, but you're opening that maybe zone because, of course, it's not out of your own free will. It's not out of, but it's involving not only your free will. And this tree is low-key Adam and Eve. The tree is low-key Adam and Eve. And the love that they share, basically. That's why wisdom in itself is love before it becomes wisdom. Before it becomes wisdom. But you don't need another person in order to love. You do. You definitely do. You definitely do. And if you don't, then you do. Especially. You understand me? But at the same time, that's a funny word as far as need, as far as want, as far as intend. Right? That's something that absolutely has to choose you. That's something that absolutely has to choose you. There can be no, you know what I mean? It can only be a confirmation. There can only be an agreement with whatever choice life has made and love has made when it comes to that union, my nigga. For one, or for zero, or for none, right? For start, for starters, right? That's the tree in itself, is that love, right? Which love is your self-love then expressed. Yes? So, as far as that self is concerned, it's going to involve two regardless. You and whatever else, right? Because that's when there's a self, when there's whatever else. But we are all one, right? We would not even be able to function as an individual without what is called consciousness. And consciousness is all connected. And that's how we are one, right? But if now we're ignoring that, if we're now denying that, if we're now doubting that, if we're now questioning that, if we're now testing that, which there's a place, there's an area for that testing. That area is very messy, yeah? The area is very volatile. It can get dark. But hey, all things done in the dark will definitely come to the light. And that's for sure. You know what I mean? And that's why secret does not exist. Because you definitely already know in the back of your mind, in the bottom of your heart. Alright? That memory though, and that focus, right? That's what's going to bring you back to the room. Because you can remember something incorrectly, but that's what happens when you don't concentrate. You have to concentrate. The very concentration is the centralizing of whatever else you can mistake it to be. Even though everything is what it is. It's a very mirror flipped. Her left is your right. Even specifically speaking. Even in the brain. Low key. Okay? So that is the truth about the situation. That's why women are more emotional, but then they say the right side of your brain is emotional, no? And then men are more logical, but they say the left side of your brain is more logical. No. But she got a left side of her brain, cut. And you got a right side of your brain. Bam. And that is the tree. And your heart is right there in the middle, in your free will. Right? Which that's your soul, which is your mind. Right? But that's underneath your spirit. Your mind is. And below the line, right? The conscious line, right? That's why you got a subconscious mind and then you have a conscious mind. But really, once your mind is conscious, or if you're referring to a conscious mind, it's not a mind. It is consciousness in itself. that you are now analyzing, that you are now considering, right? That you are now considering, that you are now connecting to, right? Because in your disconnection from mind is your mind, okay? When you bring it back to where it comes from, it still has further to go, my nigga. Your mind still has further to go. Okay? You're supposed to elevate your mind. Or the mind, mental activity. We should be elevating through that focus and concentration, yes? Which don't necessarily take thoughts, my nigga. Once it may start with thoughts, but even through the thinking into the being, you are now realizing that though it seems that it started with the thought or notion or idea, it involves much more than that and starts from far beyond that. And you are merely totally soul recalling that, right? Even through the 0, which is the 9, because it's the three ways. Yes, no, and maybe, not just or. Okay? It's where the 9 is at, yes? Which that's the memory. Yes? Beyond the materialization, beyond the results, or, you know what I'm saying? Yes, beyond, whether it's involving it or not, or whether it's considering it or not, consciously or not, right? It's happening automatically, but if you stay focused on your just immediate surroundings and not elevating your mental activity so as to even recall the true source of these now remnants of notion, remnants of figments. And that's what's very important to do. That's why when you have to admit to yourself that you don't have it all together, which will either end up happening or you will lie to yourself your life. Or you'll be successful enough, or achieving enough, or strong enough, or thoughtful enough, or will concentrate your ass enough, nigga, through your own free will, nigga, and decisions to where you don't seek outside assistance, i.e. therapy, yes. And when you go to this therapy, they're gonna fucking hypnotize your ass, nigga. Otherwise, you're just going to be having some support to do it yourself, which you would be needing to do anyway. Which the hypnosis, the literal hypnosis, nigga, will then intervene. Would be a then alternative intervention. You understand? Too, if of course you don't take these steps in elevating your mental activity, to where it's not so focused on these immediate surroundings, which are these painful experiences, right? Which you're suppressing, right? You're suppressing, yes? Not suspending, right? Within your elevation, right? Ascending through the suspension. Now, when you suspend something, it now starts to float. But if you suppress it, it's now sinking, right? It's supposed to collect right there at the materialization, which you can do something with. What you see right before you, your immediate surrounding, you're supposed to work in your favor towards something that's a little bit more freeing, free will, yes? To where now you take it further in your actions and your capacities and your capabilities. Now, if your weakness then grew stronger than you, then you just have to be more of yourself. That may take doing some things that may not seem so acceptable. It may. Right? I don't know. That's kind of how they got niggas fucked off in the game right now, to be honest. That's kind of how they got niggas fucked off in the game right now, to be honest with you. You may end up having to do some shit that are inappropriate. Now, I won't say inappropriate, but not so even acceptable to you. You're true. Which now has been, of course, now contaminated, nigga, by your understanding of yourself through other people's ideas, which is not even their idea. It's a figment of their motherfucking imagination and shit. Or belief. It's a figment of their belief. It's a figment of their imagination, which is their belief. Right? out of their fear of love and love of fear and shit. Low key. Right? Which is where it starts. But it don't end there. And if you don't catch it, nigga, and when it lands in your hand, cuz, which is just below where you can toss it up and catch it in the other hand, but in that arch, it's going to come back down into your next hand with a different perspective on it, right? Which is that other hand. Yes. Now you do with your hands. Yes. This is your activity. You take that and you toss it in the air again. That's that juggling. And each time you throw it up higher. And when it lands in the next hand, it's going to have more brevity to it. It's going to have more weight to it, right? And you take that momentum, yes, which is that focus, the directing of that energy, and you start to do tricks now. You throw it under your leg. Oh, snap, that's what that, dang, you know what? I knew that, but I had forgot about that because this had happened with old girl. And I forgot about that girl. I ain't called her in years. Now I wonder how she doing. Oh shit, I'm about to catch me another ball. I done called her, I caught me another ball. I'm juggling my balls and her balls. Oh snap, I'm suspending myself now. I'm elevating. Now my feet is on the sky now, okay? You know what I'm saying? I'm juggling with my feet now, okay? Now I can take my hands and do what it is that I've always wanted to do, but I felt like I missed my opening, or nobody would have accepted me, or it didn't matter, or I wouldn't be good at it, or I had all these other things I had to handle first, because whatever it was, whatever it is, it has to be handled. It has to be handled. It can not even be motherfucking, you know what I'm talking about? Work. It cannot even be secular or even so tangible. Whatever needs to happen for you to be able to put your heart into what it is that you truly want for yourself. Whatever that involves. And you won't find yourself to where you're not able to reconnect. That's total soul recall. When you're able to be yourself. Right? Even if you don't know who you are, don't know yourself, all you gotta do is be yourself. And you're gonna be able to tell if you're yourself or not. Right? You can lie to yourself all you want and end up between lies in the maybe zone. Right? In between lies in the maybe zone and never finish. And so you feel me, finish doing in order to be truer and realer to who you are, right? You can begin on the journey, but you have to follow through, man. You have to follow through on what it is that you know within your heart. And it's a lot of times it's difficult, man. And that's why you must pray wholeheartedly, right? Back to the prayer. And before we get back to the prayer, do what it is that you think to do, that you have that unpredictable, you feel me, unexpected idea to do. Just do the shit. Just do it. Okay? Right? And think, right? You ain't gotta think too long. Think about how you think, think about what you think about it. Okay? That's gonna lead you to your decision. Right? You make that decision, right? And even if you're not sure, you still gotta just fucking choose whatever it is. Whatever the most strongest prominent one. It's not always just two, but it's gonna be one's gonna be most prominent, then it's gonna be a less prominent one. The next degree of prominence, yes, or compelling to you, yes. And when you think about what you think, okay, think about what you think. Now, it's good to pray before you do any of this. It's good to pray after and before and during, okay, if you can. But I don't want you praying if you don't know how to pray. Right? If you playing, right? Because you can pray or you can play. Okay? Now, when you pray, you signing up for work, right? For these now distractions and interferences to which are already those moments, moving in the moment that you're now activating, right? That you're now moving in your favor, right? You want to select a moment that is resonating with your intention. All right, you can select whatever moment. I'm not saying even as far as the time of the day. I am saying actually the time of the day, to be honest, too. That's another good thing about, or another benefit, another advantage of even knowing star charts and knowing the movements of the planets and the magnetic influence of Saturn in reference to Venus, in reference to Uranus, in reference to Mercury on the planet Earth, in reference to the sun. That's going to take a lot of intelligence for sure. Be doing. You're going to have a thought. You're going to have an unexpected idea that pops in your mind when you free up your involvement, your activity, free up your experiences to not have to now be responding so much to where you didn't find yourself in your life. You know, because a lot of times you get there where you at in your life unexpectedly. You know what I mean? And you got to try to piece together the paths. And it's not even, it'll take more time to piece together the paths, honestly, than to just do what you can. What feels the best to you. Right? But doing what feels the best is not always equatable with being yourself. Okay? And so that's what that is the notion, that is the concept I'm presenting to you. Right? And that was what I was saying even in the other joint about as far as doing what you want and choosing the best thing. Right? Doing what feels the best is not always so equatable with you being yourself. However, when you choose, when you can choose, when you make a conscious decision through your free will, which is going to take you even being able to put yourself in a position to reposition yourself or to better position yourself in order to do that most effectively. That is, of course, activate or actualize and employ, or rather apply your free will in consciously choosing to be yourself, right? As opposed to just doing what feels the best. Because sometimes, even if you don't care about what a motherfucker gonna say or do about what it is you choose, you still feel a way about that. Even if it feels best it feels so good, it's satisfying, right? It's rewarding, it's enjoyable. You know what I mean? It's pleasurable, you know? Increasingly pleasurable every time, right? You still, your integrity, right? Your conscience feels a way about it. Even if it is, you also feel justified. Even if you don't give a fuck how you feel, you just gonna do what you want to do, right? You do what you want to do, yes? But if what you want to do doesn't match with what you feel best doing, right? It may feel good to you, but like I said, it may not make a difference to you if you can be proud of yourself. It may not make a difference to you if you feel good about feeling good or it feeling good to you. Because you either feel good about it feeling good to you or you don't. And this is reality, because I'm letting you know right now, coming from demonic gauntlet dungeon, okay, where a nigga is completely corrupted, black-hearted, murderous, venomous predators. They like not feeling good about feeling good. Okay? That's when you're twisted, not turned. And you know it. You know what I'm talking about. That's the situation. That is where we get. That's where we are right now. But it gets way wickeder, Okay? Because that in itself is an energy stronger than just anyone alive right now. Why? Because there's been niggas alive. There's been more niggas alive than are alive. Is why. There's been more born people deciding than are actually alive right now. Now, all of those people wasn't white people. I'm just fucking with I'm fucking with you. All them motherfuckers, man, wasn't killers like us, okay? You know what I mean? For the most part, there's some good souls on earth. There's some good souls on earth. There's been more people that have lived that are alive. Right? There's 6 billion people on earth. Shit, nigga. The rate we going now, it's not gonna make a difference. And that's the danger. That's the danger. That's the danger. We're on our way to that point, and it not make a difference. Why? Because death is the machine. Capitalism is it profits off of disease and death. It literally does. It creates it in order for profit. The love of money is the root of all evil. So at one point, even at this root, that is this earth, that is this bottom seed, before it's, or not before, but at the point where it now, breaks ground and spreads into the roots deep beneath the second surface, because you got an atmospheric surface, then you got the surface of the earth, but then you also have an inner earth, right? They say there's a sun, there's a core burning in the center of our earth. That's a baby little star in our earth. A very concentration of gravity is light. But you can't see the light. Is the part about the light in the earth. Until you get there. And even there, you still ain't gonna be able to see. But it is there though. Even though you can't see it though. Now, how can it be there even though you cannot see it? Well, it's much like that circle of knowledge. That imaginary, invisible, now I won't say imaginary because the imagination, of course, is where the free will is gestated at. It's called Heteru, the house of Kuru, which is free will. Horus, who is, of course, Shango, which is lightning, right? The god of lightning. And as well as warfare, as well as honor and smacking a nigga in the mouth for looking at you sideways 2 times too many. Alright? So that the niggas don't get it confused. They can make their way back up, nigga, to the idea from the power. You know what I'm saying? And keep it in the triad before it get too, you know what I'm saying? Outlandish, man. I'm telling you the truth. That's the way it is. Okay? As far as Shango and free will and Haru and whoever else would be there. Whoever else would be there. Who I think they put, I don't know. I think that might be Mercury right there. Who they put right there? Man, that's a good question. Who they put right there? Yeah, I want to know, man. I need to be knowing these things. I'm gonna let you know right now who they put right there, yo. Let me take a little intermission. I'm gonna get you some water. Bring me a tea, hibiscus, preferably, thanks. I'll take 7 drops of honey and a splash of sea salt in my hibiscus tea and some vodka. You know what? Make it gin. Gin and vodka in my tea, thanks. You know what? Just bring me a vodka and a gin. And a water. Okay. You looking at, you know what? Just bring some ice. I'm gonna let the ice melt. I'm gonna have 2 cups, right? I'm gonna have 1 cup on the left. I'm gonna have a cup on the right. And I'm gonna have a bottle of vodka in the middle. Oh, gin. We'll see what it is. I'm gonna have 2 bottles of vodka. No, I'm gonna have 2 bottles. 1 vodka, 1 gin. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pour one of the bottles into the other bottle, right? But first I'm gonna drink both bottles down to half, so that I can mix them straight from the bottle without the cups. I'm gonna leave the cups right there on the left and right. All right. Now, if you can guess which bottle I'm going to pour from a bottle into a bottle, I might pour you a cup of this vodka gin, this gin vodka. I might cut. Hey, I might. Maybe I might pour you a full cup, so you can make it right up to the top rim and sip on that. And I'm gonna put some 7 drops of honey in it. Okay? And then I'm gonna pour up my cup. My cup's gonna be on I'm gonna let you choose. Let's flip a coin and see what side my cup will be. You take the other cup. Both of them gonna be full. Okay, cheers. How we do that? Yeah, man, Tefret, of course, is the truth. It's the truth. That middle part. It's Faru. It's the truth itself. In the knowledge. It's the truth in the knowledge, you see. That's going to raise while the rest is now dropping. Okay? You see, that's why I opened my book. Yeah. Who they put there? I don't have that information with the other information. I got 2 trees in my book, right? You know what I mean? Because why? Why not? Is a better question. No, okay. So we got, dang, it's crazy. Yeah, I didn't even put that on there, yo. That's crazy. I sure did not. Oh, more to do. So you got Shakti and Shiva. Shiva is going to be the intellect and the Shakti is going to be the intelligence. Okay? Shakti, which is form. And then you got Shiva, which is force. Okay? Dang, I wish I had wrote those joints on there, yo. I sure don't even have that on here, okay? That's crazy. Anyway, I'm gonna pour the vodka in the gin bottle. Right? Which one am I gonna drink half of first? Shit, I'm about to sip on them. I'm about to take a sip of one of each, back and forth. Which one I'm gonna do first? It depends on the design. It really depends on the design on the label, to be honest. You know what I mean? Whatever resonates with my soul, with my spirit, and it speaks to me first. Okay, we got some of this Seagram's. And then we got some Smirnoff. I don't know. I'm gonna close my eyes. And I'm gonna just open a bottle and chug a 1/7 of one bottle. Then I'm gonna chug a 1/7 of the next bottle until I get both bottles at the half. And then I'm gonna, for sure, definitely though, pour the vodka bottle into the gin bottle. Okay, I mean that's gonna be right there in the center between the 2 cups. I'm gonna pour your cup first. If you guess correct which bottle I'm gonna pour into that bottle, which I just told you, so you can't guess now. So I guess I'll just drink both these cups. Definitely gonna need honey in one of the cups though. When you collect there at the bottom, yes. You got, well, let's not get to the bottom yet, because you don't necessarily always gotta go to the bottom. The bottom is the top, okay? You just gotta remember that. Okay? Because you don't even get to the result until you go through the memory, which is actually also the beauty is also the truth too, right? Which is also the free will, is the beauty, right? All right. Well, anyway, I got back on here to tell you about the two thoughts. The two thoughts, and I'm just about to bring it back to that. Tell you that about that because I got mad things to do right now. I really do. Got so much to be doing. Let me think, brother. Hold on. Let me find this little area. I want to tell you also what the Yesod is. The Yesod who is the desire. You see. Yes, it's desire, my dear. Yes, and then you got the passion or the compassion, which is the free will, the beauty. And also represents balance. You know what I mean? It's the heart, it's your heart, which is your soul. It's the sun, right? You got the earth, then you got the moon, which is the desire. This is the center column. This is the middle column. This is the beauty column, okay? And on this column is the actual relevance, right? The very dichotomy, the differences in the comparison. On this column is peace, is faith, and pleasure, right? Because the idea is the pleasure, right? The idea in itself is pleasure. The idea is faith, right? That's the divine will also. Then you got peace above that. Above the pleasure, you have peace, right? Because the idea, right? Something can only feel good based on your idea of it, right? Say, for instance, you're doing the most pleasurable thing. Like you're having some sort of physical pleasure, whatever it is. You can be drinking 2 glasses of vodka gin with 1 glass with 7 drops of honey in it. Or, of course, you can be, have an orgasm, right? But you're not going to make it to no orgasm mode, bro, if your mind is not in on it. So that's how the idea, where every intention is involved. It doesn't start with the intention, but it does involve your intention, the idea, right? The intention appears with the idea, right? Because the idea is all consciousness in itself, which is peace, right? It also represents the pineal gland, the idea does, yes? Now, which is the pituitary gland? I'm not going to pretend like I'm so clear on it. I actually do know it, but as you can see, there's much aligning to do when it comes to exactly the situation. As far as explainably the situation. I do believe 0 is the pituitary. I won't say pituitary because you got the pineal, then you got the thalamus, right? And the middle glands, the middle pillars are where all the glands are at. The major glands, yes. But I do think also the wisdom could be a couple of the glands. The 2 top spheres could be the glands. Wow. But the 0 could be the pituitary, and then of course the pineal will be the idea, the peace, pituitary. But I doubt it. I would imagine that the knowledge, the dot, might even be the pituitary, or really more so your heart. But then that wouldn't make sense either. Why am I mentioning what I'm saying? I'm trying to get to the 2 thoughts from the earth. I forgot where even we led off into what it is that I'm even on now. I was trying to find some information, but I forgot why I was even trying to find that information. Why I was even finding the information not even related to even what I was, so related to even what I was saying about what I'm saying, or the information. I was trying to find, the Greek name, which I didn't ever even find that for the sun, or Horus, Haru, the sun, as well as, I want to say that's fucking Zeus, bro. Or even Kronos. No, Kronos is going to be the top, right? Father Time, which is number 1. Which Kronos got to be Father Time. The Ancient of Days would be Kronos. But Kronos is the son of Apollo. Right? Apollo, everybody forget about Apollo, yo. Apollo is the real God, not Kronos, and not even Zeus is actually God. Zeus is the son of Kronos, the son that was not supposed to even be. Right? Now, at the same time, I'm going to let you know something. She's supposed to also represent Saturn, right? But Saturn is not number one. So that's where the shit gets fucked up, right? Where the tree is like on some different shit where you gotta actually understand what it is. Because the one is actually introducing the three, right? From the zero, who is Apollo, right? But Zeus, I think, is the heart. Is going to be Shango and Haru, I do believe. I wouldn't be surprised to find, unless Zeus, of course, is three. But then that wouldn't make sense because Saturn's supposed to be 3, the planet for Binah, right? But Saturn is the planet for Kronos, which Kronos is now the number 1 sphere, which is Ketar is Kronos, right? So how does his planet become the planet for whoever would be here? Then I don't know, because of course we're talking about the whole full situation. Now, it would be interesting to see what planet and what Greek and Roman god would be for, of course, Chokmah, which the planet is Neptune, right? Which Neptune is a god in itself. So I would imagine that would be Neptune, which would be Poseidon, right? There on number 2. The wisdom sphere, which is also Tahuti, Thoth, right? And Orunmila, representing divination in itself. Yeah, the idea, as I said though, is number 1. The thought will be number 2. And number 3 will be your decision. The word. Because a word is a word, right? A word is going to involve 3 aspects. Any one word is going to make you think of, first of all, a synonym, which is a similar meaning word, right? A homonym, a word that sounds like what it is, and also an antonym, a word that's opposite to the meaning, the word who has opposite meaning to the word that you're using. Also, whatever word is going to make you think of is going to be related to whatever some other ways you could have put it, and another way that it can be interpreted as far as what it is that you actually mean and what you're saying. But like I said, actions speak louder than words. So the very word in itself represents decision. Okay, choice is the word. Your choice of words determines everything, is what I'm saying, basically, because of those aspects. As far as what you think about what you think is going to be another thought, which is actually the word, right? At that point, it's now the word, right? The actual very way that you even confer the thought to yourself is going to be through your language, how you would even express it to be understood at all by anyone else for whatever reason. Because we speak to each other through sound. Yes, but we know what we're thinking, right? Those words are getting in the way. Not necessarily. They don't have to be. And I wouldn't imagine that they should, but they do. I wouldn't imagine that they should, but they do. Because we low-key be knowing what each other are thinking, but we don't know that we know what each other are thinking. Right? We can't define it. We can't necessarily. We can prove it. You know, if we crafty enough, we can manifest itself and materialize, right, as that result. By then, it's super twisted. But we know our inner thoughts, right? Because those thoughts, first of all, are connected to all of consciousness, for one. And that's how we can identify it. That's how we resonate with it, right? As far as us knowing it in order to express it in understandable terms, then that's a whole nother function in itself, to where to even express it in understandable terms, we're taking it from where it actually already exists in the very consciousness, the very conscience of our mental activity, right? We can sense it. It's a sense as opposed to a, you feel me? It's a sense as opposed to a actual activity or occurrence or decision. Right? We haven't decided upon what it is that we've already chosen, which we choose out of options which are chosen. Okay? We make choices from options. We can't make a choice without options. Now, where do these options originate? They originate in that initial inspiration / intention, right? Because in the idea, in the appearance of this idea, whether it's you're aware of it or not, because at this point you have to be conscious of it. You can't be unconscious of an idea, right? It's not an idea when you're unconscious of it. It's a feeling, and that's only part of what it is. Because once it's conscious, it passes the level of conscious into super consciousness. And this in itself is a medical term. That's why you have a super ego next to your id. And these are all parts of the what? Of the self, not the mind. But the self is the mind. That's what they're going to tell you. But the mind is in reference to your mind. Okay? In reference to self. In reference to consciousness. Yes, yes. That's 2 yeses. Without the no. With itself, along with itself, wherever it may so happen to go. The 2 yeses. Without the no. Along with itself, wherever it should so happen to go. That's what I'm saying as far as praying. Back to the praying. Back to this fucking wicked ass fucking scenario we in, right? And to the 2 thoughts. Okay, all right, hold on, cuz. Hold your horses. Relax. Did you take your chillax? This message has been brought to you by Chillax Max. Have a Chillax Max, have a Chillax Light. We've got Chillax Gold. Chillax in a bottle, Chillax in a bowl. No, I'm fucking with you. Yeah, I just said what it is that I'm saying to you, cuz. For real. That's the real shit. That's the super consciousness, right? The very decision, though, is on the conscious level, right? But you're gonna decide from a fucking higher function, from a higher source of factor, right? Now, in that decision, which would be understanding when you relinquish the power of it in that decision by connecting it back to the actual options and realizing the fullness that these 2 options that you're now selecting are connected to. Universally. You're saying to yourself, in this one option I'm choosing, I'm conscious that I'm choosing that, but I'm not necessarily choosing it. I'm just applying it. You feel me? I'm just implementing it. I'm inserting it to wherever it fits. I'm inserting it to wherever it answers. I'm inserting one of these options as a choice in my power of choice, right? Through free will. No, not free will. If you wanted to be powerful and truly powerful, then it will be aligned with the divine will. That is the number 1 sphere. Because there's your will, which is below the understanding line, which is within that knowledge zone, which is below the intellect / wisdom line. Because it's unwise to rely on your own understanding. But you're going to have to fight your way through it. And you can. once you do it. However, you don't have to choose it at all. And even in choosing it, or considering it, or even entertaining it, as long as you are conscious and aware, which is a higher consciousness, which is awareness. They say self-awareness, yes, into self-realization. Some things are necessary, right? It's the cycle of instances, yes? Sometimes the moment, even though it resonates with your intention as well as inspiration, which the inspiration is already the polar opposite degree in the angle of your intention, right? Because what also appears when the idea awakens, right, or is noticed, or you feel me, invited, the idea is now activated, is actualized, right? Is now activated into actualization, and still has to acclimate back into reactualization, right? Or evolving into whatever else. When it does, right? When you separate it, when you have an idea, when you have an idea, because an idea is different from a thought, bro. Right? But it's going to be the thought that shines on the idea, that reminds you of the idea. That's what's happening, right? Because to know is to remember, right? And see, that is the bridge between the thought and the idea, is the knowing, right? Now, there are different things, not necessarily inspirations, right? Because inspiration is going to involve that spirit and not just the soul level, which the soul is below the wisdom because it's in the mind. Your soul is your mind. Your soul is your actual actions in themselves, though, which have a resonant energy that remains because they involve thoughts. They involve thoughts in that a thought is only a thought in reference to your soul. Otherwise, it would be consciousness in itself and an idea, yes? Right? It's your very thoughts and your decisions, once they become very actual choices that color your soul, right? That shape your soul, which is your mind, your psyche, right? Or at least that's how you reference it. That's how it is, performance is now expressed as your association of your consideration, of your consciousness, through your conscience. But your conscience is not necessarily your mind or soul, right? Your conscience is your connection to that energy that is your quote unquote soul, right? It's that collection, not necessarily even so much concentration of energy, because the concentration would involve not only just your heart, but your spirit, your memory, you feel me? Everything else and everything, right? Your ideas, everything. Your intuition, all of that extra shit. My goodness. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's making sense, but I can't believe I'm still talking about this. But yeah, what's funny about it is like a lot of people get it confused. As far as even the real possibilities. It's like they say, whatever you focus on will manifest, and that's a very large statement to say. When there's anyone out here not, you feel me, with their own land, with their own whatever anyone would want. Who would want anything that anyone would want, right? Who would want anything that everybody would want? Right? They tell you anything, you can do anything you dream of. Anything you put your mind to can be a reality. Well, okay, there's a misconnection somewhere. Either that's true or not. And if it is true, then that means that something is off. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Because it's true. That in this very fact is the reality. Whatever you focus on, cuz, manifests. That includes all the shit that nobody would ever even want. But obviously somebody wanted for whatever reason. The reason is in this description that I'm giving you, cuz, at 143. As to why it's an hour and 43 minutes of what it is that I'm describing to you. I don't want to be saying this more than you want me to be saying it. They tell you you can do anything. Yeah, no, well, what's the problem, okay? All it takes is focus to manifest. They say we got broads, we got chicks around all across the planet doing sex, trying to do manifestation for sex magic. Man, I was watching this, man. You know what it is? It was quoted about. I ain't gonna go into that. I ain't gonna speak. I ain't gonna touch on that. I ain't gonna touch on that. I ain't gonna touch on that right now. That's a whole nother thing. There's nothing wrong with that. I ain't mad at that. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Except for what's wrong with whatever is going on with what is already possible for anyone, right? Why would anything be going on that everybody wouldn't want as a base? Even as a base, that's just a basic level stage beingness, right? State of being, yes? Especially, right? If it starts there, right? And the possibilities are limitless, right? The proposition I gave you with the young child in the wilderness, yes? You feel me? The family in the wilderness outside of civilization, right? They'd probably be visited by aliens before anything else went wrong. I won't say that, but they try to say that these interdimensional beings now are reality, right? You heard about that government case? No, nigga, what you mean? I mean, it's not a secret. It's not that I would ever deny. It's not like I believe in aliens, but I'm not finna for sure conclude for sure when there's no reason to conclude that for sure that there aren't. I mean, we living in a large universe, no? And they say anything you put your mind to is possible, huh? That includes whatever is that you can even see as possible, let alone what is beyond what it is that you would expect to exist, right? So that's the situation. You tell a young child you put your mind to whatever, but then you don't make sure that they put their mind on what's going to put their mind where they have a fighting chance or advantage to even, you know what I'm saying, straighten their mind so that they can do what it is you're saying is possible for them to do. And that's why I'm telling you about the situation with the two thoughts. Right? You may not even understand it all the way completely consciously, but super consciously is going to bypass your conscious and go recollect all of them fragmented figments that are in your subconscious in hearing what I'm saying to you. And they will meet right there in your conscious through your intellectualism, through your intelligibility. The more shit you learn from this point forward, my pig, whatever information you are exposed to or seek out from this moment, if it have anything to do with reality, then you're going to reference, even if it's subconsciously, what it is that you thought of in the terms that I'm speaking to you right now. Yes, if you haven't already. And if you have already, then it's going to even connect more dots for you. Yes, I would imagine. But you got to be an abstract thinker. You got to allow your ideas to grow. You feel me? You have an idea, it's got to be funneled, right? It's got to be now then applied, like I said, to whatever sorts of medium, right? Medium, the middle part, yes, is to whatever sorts of medium of expression, which is going to be involving motion, right? Right? In the whatever moment that you do choose to move with, yes? I mean, just technically speaking, as far as even descriptively, but as far as an idea growing, when you do realize is a word, an idea, which you want to be aligning your free will with your divine will, with the divine will. And that's the only way you're going to take that power in whatever decision you're making back to where it comes from, in those options, right? Because when you make a decision, between two thoughts, yes? But that's on that wisdom side, right? Let me connect this for you. Let me go ahead and elaborate on exactly what I'm thinking in my own mind, right? Because I'm saying to myself options, and then I'm saying two thoughts, right? I said to you, you're making a decision between two options, and that in itself, you can go two directions. You can go with the options or you can go with the thoughts, right? You're going to have a thought about what you think, right? A thought is going to come from an idea, right? But for the most part, and generally speaking, for the most part, I mean, and commonly, it is a thought that takes you to an idea. That's why you might be confused as far as like, what do you mean you get a thought from an idea? Yeah, the idea is already creation. It's all of possibility. It's potential. It's not even just possibility. It's possibility coming from potential, right? The consciousness is the potential, right? The very consciousness in itself is all of the very energy that you then utilize, that you then direct, that you then intend and concentrate, that you then, you know what I'm saying? You exert the consciousness, which is the energy. You know, even if you got the physical force, it's going to take your action, which is going to take your decision in order to utilize that, you know, to put it where it's most effective, that physical force. You can be super strong, but if you're not, you know, if you don't know what to do with your strength, then that can be a weakness. You know, that can work against you rather. And that's what I'm saying. You can work against yourself, right? When you get to this understanding area, because that's the power. That's the real power. But power is what? They say is knowledge, right? But knowledge ain't supposed to exist, right? They say knowledge is key, but it's also the fucking lock to lock your ass in, to where now it has to be one thing as to what another person will agree to, right? Knowledge is key, but it's also the cage. You feel me? Without knowledge, there would be no need for a key as the part. That's why it's the fucking key. You understand? As far as your understanding is what's going to use the key to unlock the cage that is the key, right? Because you have a appreciation, right? You have a gratitude, right? And you understand that. That's going to bring you to a appreciation. Okay. In doing what it is that you're told, you know, like somebody tell you what's the best thing because they actually do love you and they actually know that, you're going to have pressures. It's going to be difficult to navigate through influences that two thoughts, yes, but that's on that wisdom side, right? Let me connect this for you. Let me go ahead and elaborate on exactly what I'm thinking in my own mind, right? Because I'm saying to myself options, and then I'm saying two thoughts, right? I said to you, you're making a decision between two options, and that in itself, you can go two directions. You can go with the options or you can go with the thoughts, right? You're going to have a thought about what you think, right? A thought is going to come from an idea, right? But for the most part, and generally speaking, for the most part, I mean, you know, and commonly, it is a thought that takes you to an idea. That's why you might be confused as far as like, what do you mean you get a thought from an idea? Yeah, the idea is already creation. It's all of possibility. It's potential. It's not even just possibility. It's possibility coming from potential, right? The consciousness is the potential. right? The very consciousness in itself is all of the very energy that you then utilize, that you then direct, that you then intend and concentrate, that you then, you know what I'm saying, you exert the consciousness, which is the energy. You know, even if you got the physical force, it's going to take your action, which is going to take your decision in order to utilize that, you know, to put it where it's most effective, that physical force. You can be super strong, but if you're not, you know, if you don't know what to do with your strength, then that can be a weakness. You know, that can work against you rather. And that's what I'm saying. You can work against yourself, right? When you get to this understanding area, because that's the power. That's the real power. But power is what? They say is knowledge, right? But knowledge ain't supposed to exist, right? They say knowledge is key, but it's also the fucking lock to lock your ass in, to where now it has to be one thing as to what another person will agree to, right? Knowledge is key, but it's also the cage. You feel me? Without knowledge, there would be no need for a key as the part. That's why it's the fucking key. You understand? As far as your understanding is what's going to use the key to unlock the cage that is the key, right? Because you have a appreciation, right? You have a gratitude, right? And you understand that. That's going to bring you to a appreciation. Okay. In doing what it is that you're told, you know, like somebody tell you what's the best thing because they actually do love you and they actually know that, you're going to have pressures. It's going to be difficult to navigate through influences that of these different opportunities. Right? I'm not going to say options, because an option is a very specific thing. An option is, because when you talk about option, you're talking about what's necessary, right? Like an option is exclusive. It's excluding in its inclusion, right? An option is access to an inclusion of whatever else, or to whatever, next to another inclusion of whatever. Those are options. Okay? Access to an inclusion of whatever is involved in the selection or the choice that you're making are the options. Access to these different inclusions, right? Which automatically infer or automatically insinuate or, you know, insinuate exclusions. That's how you get an inclusion, is next to an exclusion. So those are your options, right? Okay. I go to buy a car. That's my intention, is to buy a car. Okay. Now, that intention appears with the inspiration as the idea. Intention with the inspiration. Okay. The idea is go buy a car. That's also the thought. A thought is an idea, and that is the idea at all, because idea is all consciousness, right? Now, an example would be, as far as the idea, that would be the intention as well as inspiration of buying a car as the idea. The consciousness of that would be cars exist. Cars exist. Fast cars exist. Cars are dope. They got dope cars I can buy. Right? I know that. Right? How I found that out? Shit. Ain't a commercial. You feel me? That's a fact, right? That's life, right? That's the reality of life. Their cars exist. Somebody made them cars. If I can afford this shit, I can go get one. I can afford it. I'm finna go get me one. That's the idea I have, right? That's also a thought because now I've decided to decide something. But I still gotta make a confirming decision. One, in deciding to think about that idea, right? Because I already know that I can, but I haven't had the thought to do it, even though I have in the idea that is the knowing that I can, but I have not even thought about that thought in reference to me. And even in thinking about the thought in reference to me, even that anybody out of all of us that are us's could go buy a car at any moment. That's the thought about the idea that cars exist and that they can even be bought. Okay, they can be bought, but now a person can buy them. A person can buy them. That means I'm a person. Oh, am I a person? Oh, okay. Am I a person? Well, shit, technically in this particular scenario, I'm a person. And I can go buy a car. I think I want to go buy a car. That intention was already there, even in the idea, outside of the very knowledge that cars exist. The fact that you might want to buy a car, right? And that's the maybe in itself, because see, that 0 and the 1 is in that middle zone, which also those maybes would be. that center column, guys. Right? Now, the knowledge in this particular scenario would be how, for sure, I gotta go buy a car. Right? There's these dealerships everywhere, as opposed to me making my own car. Right? Learning how to do exactly whatever else another person would do, so as to now I can go trade whatever else in exchange to acquire this particular idea, is the knowledge which ain't supposed to exist. It's supposed to exist. Unless I really want to get that whip. I just understand. I need to understand that shit, nigga. I didn't trade it. That's what I didn't trade it. And that's why I gotta have this exchange fucking promissory note in my pocket. So as to retrieve within my pocket and then extrude so as to now hand over to this arranged contract now. And just even to experience what this thought involves. This thought about a thought, because even though people can buy cars, it's not until I think I would want to buy a car that I even have to consider whatever this knowledge would involve for me personally. All right? Because it can involve different things. For one, I can have a car gifted to me. I can win it in a sweepstakes. I can go on The Price is Right and win a car. Now, as far as my choices and my options, that's already going to be selected for me to a certain extent, right? The only option I would have in that point is to either accept the car or not if I was to win in it, or the money for the car, or give it to somebody else, and then I don't have a car. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? So, even in the knowledge as far as how it's possible, or what's required, right? What's required. Yes, is the knowledge. Yes? Now you make what's required, nigga. Required, homie. You make what's required. You want to get to that point. You want to stay in that area, not get to that point. We have to be staying in that area. Okay, as to nobody else other than you would be deciding would be deciding what's required, would be enforcing what's required, would be confirming what's required. God made what's required. If you want fruit, you put the seed God made in the earth God made. You don't go take no money, no man made, and trade it for something else another man made. You not a man? Well, not today, technically, because I got places to be and other trades to go make. For now. It's even as simple as that. And this whip that I'm driving around, you feel me? Hella quick. With the moment or whatever. You dig? Polluting the air. Every inch I move. Mandatory. That's what's required for me to drive. Is that I pollute. That's a requirement. That I'm trading with this promise I'm pulling out of my pocket. You understand? So, the thought about the thought has to do with you specifically, and what choices, what actions to take, what further actions even outside of concentrating your mind as to will into existence. To say, for instance, as I was saying, you sit and think your whole life. You be doing more than most niggas. Focusing your mind and aligning your free will with the divine will. Especially at this point. Okay? This is all the situation in every choice you making. Or feeling like you making. Right? Feeling like we're making, yes? Feeling like we're making. It's not a choice to hop on the back of a horse, cuz. It's not a choice, nigga, to go forge you some metal, to go learn the art craft of blacksmithing yourself. That's a calling that you even now have the option to ignore or not. You understand? In your choice. Now that's where the option comes from. When it's natural and it's inclusive even in the exclusion. Right? That's where you get an option from, is in excluding, in including, and including in excluding is where you get your options, right? Whatever thought you're thinking about is involved in the options. But when you take it and you think about the thought as opposed to growing within the idea and then life just happening around you and then you taking a choice based on the options that are presented to you in your power, which is not yours, it just is, just as you are. In that super conscious zone, on your way even further into what is not even could you ever expect in order to focus your mind on. Because once you even get there after, of course, anything you dream is or can be a reality. Once it's a reality, you still got more building to do. Because it's only going to reveal to you, you feel me, the correcting that you started. But you got to return that degree back to that degree, right? Because like I said, about that angle as far as the degree, if it's coming from going into the free will as opposed to aligning the free will into the divine will, now whatever degree that you're starting on is only a reference, and it's not a bounce, it's not a relay bounce point, right? As it should be, right? Because look, whatever other degree that's making an angle, which 2 degrees make an angle, right? Whatever position and direction that is now realized between 2 degrees is an angle. Yes? Now, the automatic degree in that in all degrees is every degree. Only in that, I mean, but not only though. When you, like I said, you center yourself, when you are centered, when you will take the time to grow your ideas, right? And let them grow around you, because that's what happens, right? You can have an idea in your mind, you don't move on it, somebody else will move on it, right? If you don't take the time for it to manifest in your life, and you don't concentrate the energy that reminded you of your belonging to and in reference with that idea, as opposed to not even so necessarily having to involve what you think about the idea. Because the idea you don't always realize the idea through thoughts. Sometimes ideas hit your ass. You can be in the middle of doing something completely different. You were not even thinking about that. What the fuck? What is this? That's what you call a divine inspiration. That's what you call a divine inspiration, a vision. Those are a lot more cloudy because we justifying the ideas through thoughts now, necessarily and as a requirement in reference to whatever source of knowledge and intellect and intelligence. Yes? You know what I'm saying? Intangible and material structure sort of system. Yes? Which that's what the situation is. But like I said, you have to be yourself, yo. You gotta be yourself. And that may involve pleasure. But like I said, pleasure it start with the idea. Right? So you feel me? You get fucked up. You understand? You feel me? You start loving what you hate. Why? Because it's the only thing you can control. And really the pleasure is the control or the illusion of control. You understand? The very pleasure is the illusion of control. That's what you call a figment of your delusion, of your imagination, which can be a delusion or it can be an illusion. Okay? Until it makes its way where it belongs, right? That's the gestation of the free will through your actions, right? You got to do and keep doing and do what it is you are inspired through the idea. After you get done untangling whatever thoughts you think about, you're going to make it to them options, right? Which you think about what you think about based on the options of what you're thinking of that you have to think about anyway, right? But see, what's going to bring you back to the options that introduce that thought is that decision, which starts with your choice. And you can't make a choice without options. Okay? Now you have an idea in your mind. An idea is a thought, but it's more than just a thought. It's thought. Okay? It is all thought, right? An idea is. That's why you can have an idea, and that's what makes an idea is that it's connected. It's something anyone could connect to. You have a thought about something, somebody else might not even understand your thought. But if you have an idea, that's generally going to be pretty relatable and universally relative. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even about having an idea, it's connecting and realizing the idea that's already there in reference to you more closely involving the thinking of the thought of the idea when it's, involved in more, when it's relative to your involvement, right? Like I said, though, you want to be performing and entertaining universal actions, that have to do with you, but not just you. That's a trap in itself. That's why you gotta pass knowledge in order to not return to the knowledge when it has to do with only your ass. what God say. What you think about what God said is nominal. Okay? That is not necessarily irrelevant, but it's optional. That right there is optional, yo. That's optional right there. It's not optimal, but it is optional. Right? It's optional. Right? But it's a singular option, right? The only other option outside of that is to think, just think, and let that return back to you, and let that bring different more inspirations. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to return the thought about the thought to whatever idea brought you the first thought that made you think the next thought about the thought. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you think of something, right? That's really an idea. What if you just out of nowhere think of something, right? You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, every thought is inspired by something. Unless you just quiet in your mind, unless you just, centering yourself, like I said, right? You take and you collect your thoughts, right? That's not necessarily the very thought to do that is inspired by something. Though. Most absolutely. And that's going to be inspired by your harmonizing, by your harmonious self. Yes. By the very options of life that you have, even in your performances, in choosing anything, is what your decision to collect your thoughts is going to be inspired by. Is the very purpose of life. For one, the very applicability as well as positivity and force, power of consciousness in this external experience. But anyway, back to the whip as far as the car. Because I didn't finish that thought. I didn't finish that analogy. I wanted to get to the options. Yes? And in the very car, even going to buy the car, it really not going to even bring you back to options. They try to act like, and even a salesman will say that shit to you, like, you have an option. When it's really not an option. It's just a selection. It's really just a selection, a choice. You have a choice of your choices. It's not even really an option. They want to make you feel like you got an option. When you get there and you got the bread and it's your option to pay them for this, that's the only option you got, is to keep your money or not. You feel me? And acquire that whip some type of other way that's not going to be polluting the earth. That's definitely not going to be the look either way. That's just interesting how that is. I mean, that ain't really not even having nothing to do with it, but that's the situation. So that's just crazy. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's just what I mean. Like, that's an illustration of how just those anomalies, you know what I'm saying, in the analogies, right? And through doing, how it leads you back to where the source importance actually originates. The importance is, of course, being more productive. You know what I'm saying? Progression. You know what I'm saying? Productive. You can be more productive. You can be somewhere faster. You know what I mean? You can be some more places at once. But that's just, it's incomplete, right? Because it's depending on external as opposed to internal. And that's where that starts from. That's even the onset. It leads to all these other, not necessarily unexpected, but unrelated and now non-applicable sides, basically. These non-applicable sides. So yeah, the idea is cars exist, right? The consciousness is places to be. The consciousness is places to be, yo. The consciousness is exhilaration, right? Now, the idea involves not only one idea. Every idea involves all ideas. That's why when you allow yourself to grow within your ideas and that you allow your ideas to grow around you, they present various and diverse assorted options in your life. Right? And that don't necessarily take you sitting meditating every day, but it's definitely going to take you concentrating. Whatever force that is, whether it's your mind energy or time energy or love energy or thought energy, it's going to take you concentrating. It's going to take you centering. It's going to take you collecting, you feel me? That intuition, that inertia, you feel me? That very focus. Right? The consciousness is places to be at. The consciousness is exhilaration. The consciousness is style. Right? Now, style applies to whatever you apply it to. Yes? Now, the idea is how cars exist. Now, cars exist. Not even that a person even made them. That's a thought about the fact that they exist. Okay? That's the idea already, though. That's a star right there already, though. That's a Batala already climbing that chain down to Earth, right? Which is light. A Batala represents light in itself, yes? Which is consciousness illuminated, yes? It's light, right? Because all is consciousness. The very energy in itself is consciousness, but not all energy is activated in whatever way as far as momentum-wise. As far as its application to its function in this material realm. But it has a function in this material realm simultaneously in the immaterial realm. Now, this is the situation with telepathy. This is the situation with psychic abilities and clairvoyance. This is the situation with the very quantum function of subatomic particles. To where they break apart a molecule or atom, right? They say they can do experiments with DNA. They can do an experiment, take the DNA out of a person's body and do something to the person that would affect their DNA in their body, and it will still affect the DNA they then took out this man's body. That's because what's happening in this material realm, i.e. the idea, is happening in the immaterial realm, i.e. the consciousness and beyond, whatever it is we associate to mean consciousness, which we can't even refer to it without the idea of it. Or the very reference of the definition and evidence of it in this particular functionable, systemized experience. You understand? So that's the idea. Cards exist. As far as how they exist, that's extra thinking. The fact that they exist and the possibility to do whatever it is with the card, they don't necessarily have to involve why it's possible or how it became possible. Or when, or where. You understand? It does when it breaks down into the fact that another person already materialized is who made it. It does. And that's why it's probably best to make it yourself, whatever it is you're using. That's why it is the very best to make whatever it is that you're using. It's a very illustration and analogy in itself. It's a very parable in itself, parody in itself as to why it's best, nigga, to whatever it is, you make it if you're going to be involving yourself with it. Thus, simple as that. Right? One man can make a car and it'd be dope. Right? I'm telling you now, right? It'd be his car. He can do with it what he want. Ain't got all these extra factors. It still may pollute the earth, but it's just a little bit more of an organic experience. It's like it really actually kind of makes a difference, low key. Because it's all these different factors. You feel me? All these different little underlying sides to it. You know, and it's kind of out of hand at this point, right? The idea is cars exist. The thought that connects you to the idea or connects the idea to you, right? You're pulling the idea to the thought. A lot of times you don't realize that's what's happening when you're connecting the thought to the idea, but really you're pulling the idea to you and even taking the thought route, right? But like I said, a thought is an idea, right? That's the only way you'll be able to even associate the applicability. It's not the only way, but that's your starting point as far as you know what I mean? How you reference consciousness, or how we are accustomed to referencing consciousness. Because that's not the only way to reference consciousness is through thoughts. Right? Integrating the two sides of your brain, logic and emotion, takes deep meditation. Right? Now in meditation, you're not necessarily thinking, but ideas do come to your mind. You understand? Fuller ideas, universal, inclusive ideas that present many options on how to even circulate that idea energy, to how to even manifest the idea, even without necessarily even have to think about it. It's a being, it's a knowing, it's a pure, just, you know what I mean, isness, right? And if you don't ever say it and you don't ever even worry about how you feel about what it is that you realized, and you just continue to be realizing, then it's going to happen, my nigga. It's automatically going to happen. And what it is going to happen is you take an option in a choice, and you make a decision of a choice on a choice of an option. That now a decision is going to be a thought. A decision has to be a thought, right? Now, a thought is not always in relation to another thought, though, is what I'm saying. You got three kinds of thoughts. Okay? You got a thought about an idea. Okay? Or a thought that derives from idea. Right? All thoughts are going to derive from idea. Right? But they're going to take one of two paths. Straight to the wisdom, straight to the power. Well, really, if it's going to wisdom, before it's wisdom is love. It's not even wisdom yet, unless it goes from wisdom through knowledge or past knowledge. Because to be honest with you, low key, you don't even have to go to understanding before you go all the way up in knowledge. Right? That's an option in itself. That's a choice. It's kind of like one of them choice/options/choices. In the sense of what I'm saying. You don't have to necessarily even collect at what would be power, right? And that's interesting in itself. And that's how knowledge is power. That's the only way knowledge also is power. But once knowledge is anything, then power is actually in the fear zone, which is the judgment, the justification zone. It also represents discernment in your decisions. Discernment is applying wisdom in a sense, but it's really applying your better judgment. Discernment is really what's most advantageous. You know what I mean? Your discernment is going to reveal to you when you are now evading or avoiding an unfavorable result. You know what I'm saying? Or a less ideal result. Yes? You know what I'm saying? When you get to the fear, that's the justice in itself. That's concentration in itself. That's concentration in itself. It also represents Ogun, right? discernment, consciousness, right? Fear, you know what I'm saying? Discipline, self-discipline, the self in itself. That's the self. Mm-hmm. Okay, then you got love and spirit, right? But this is once the triad has been now unfolded. Okay? All of that is actually everything in anything before it. Now you're now focusing, or you're now analyzing it, basically. You're analyzing it. Yes? Through that asshole in the middle that is knowledge. And they say everybody in opinions like an asshole, yes? Yeah, you gotta be, they say that shit for a reason. That's an age-old little phrase. That's your opinion, basically, too. That guessing. No, so look, that's also the doorway to the subconscious. You know? Right? But you want to be pulling things through, not chasing it. Right? But you gotta, that's how you pull it up. You know what I'm saying? You gotta beat it in order to pull it up. Right? You gotta know it like you know yourself, but you already know yourself. It's just that you gotta you're doing that justifying, right? Anyway, it comes from the idea. It goes to the thought, but it's three types of thoughts. You got a thought that's going to come to the love, which would be the wisdom, right? But like I said, you go from the love and you got two choices. It's always going to be two options before you get to the number 3, which would be understanding / choices. Okay? But you got 3 choices to make. And you only always going to have yes or no. Now, when choices come in, now you're talking about maybes. Okay? All of them really is a maybe. Because you're guessing. Based on your own understanding. Or based on what you can piece together. Which changes outside of your own fucking aligning or assigning. Outside of your own assigning. You understand? Which, that's life in certain senses. You get over to the 3, you got 3 choices. Yes, no, or maybe. Right? And like I had already said earlier about how it's 3 choices. It's actually 3 thoughts. It's the third thought between the 2 thoughts. Or the thought about a thought. That's that third thought is the choice. But the choice in itself is 3-sided. You understand me? And that it involves a yes, a no, and a maybe in the choice. Right? Because even in making a choice, even if you're choosing an option, which you would have to be choosing an option anyway, and you're making any choice at all. But the option is going to derive from one of two places. The option is going to derive from love, or it's going to derive from wisdom. Right? Because everything you experience in life is going to give you wisdom. Okay? The application of knowledge, which your experience is all of that knowledge, right? You can't get anywhere from 3 unless there's that knowledge. So the application through your free will, which is your actions, which is you're going to learn as you do whatever it is that you're doing. Okay? Now, the only way you'll stop learning is if you stop doing and just do the same shit. And even in doing the same thing, that's going to teach you something. It's not going to teach you what you should be knowing. But you're still going to be able to learn and be able to make the differentiation between the yes, the no, and the maybe. Right? So, in that choice you're making, it's involving whatever option, because that's what a choice is. It's a decision between 2 options is what a choice is. Okay? Okay? Now, why they call it a decision, which means actually to join, is to uncut, is because at this point, in choosing an option, you're taking one of another. You're taking one of another. Right? So it's automatically involved in both. In that maybe that's created as a deciding choice. But the maybe is the yes and no together. But it can't be all 3 as one, because now you're moving from the 3 as 1 into whatever else, that little area, that knowledge zone, that maybe zone, which actually is all the same thing, but it's just confused and mixed all up and twisted. You know what I mean? For whatever reasons. We discussed the reasons. I'm forgetting exactly. I don't be guessing. I don't guess. I can recognize the signature. Okay? I recognize, you know what I'm saying, the formation and divine design of purpose. Okay? I can see it in the texture she got on. Okay? I can smell it when she walked by. Okay? It's just that raw. It's just that unpredictable. You can't predict it, but you do recognize it though. Okay? It's not nothing you're finna be able to arrange. All you can do is align and resonate and respond to a yes or a no. Ain't no maybes, because that's automatically a yes and a no. So you won't have to make it a yes or a no. Eventually, sooner or later, it's going to be more yes or more no, even in the maybe. Unless you circulate it in this zone. You know what I mean? Not directing your focus to where it belongs, which is back up out of that knowledge, above the knowledge, to the divine will. Okay? Which is the faith. Not necessarily just belief. Okay? Which would be, of course, that other zone. It's just above the memory, your belief. You know what I mean? Because really you're going based on what you have experienced, but it's in the process of still impossible to change even more when you believe something, right? Belief is the assured expectation of things hoped for, right? Now you're going to be hoping for something based on your experience, based on your assessment of something, all right? But your faith is going to be involving your works. It's going to be, okay, all right, well, that means something. That means that I do something so that I'm closer to what it is that I see as the function for what's going on. You know, as my contribution, as my service, as my offering. It's the whole part. Everything you do, you're giving to the universe. Even in the pleasure, right? That's why pleasure in itself is faith. Yes? No? Which is that divine will in itself. You know what I mean? Like I always say, God wants us to be happy, right? But truly happy and truly joyous and fulfilled and peaceful. Not just satisfied, not just gratified, you know? But engaged, activated, inspired, yo. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole part. So you got 3 types of thoughts. The thought is already the idea, but if you're taking that route, or if you're letting yourself dwell on whatever else outside of all that it could be, you know what I mean? Just to keep it concise. Because you got precise, you got a decision, and then you got concise. Yes, just to keep it concise. Not so precise, right? Precise would be before the size. Concise would be next to the size or decision, the cut, yes? Now you're uncutting it by deciding. The decise, right? Because it's a yes or a no in the no that is a thought, right? That the one type of thought is a no. The thought about a thought is now a yes about the no. Okay? And then you got another type of thought that's going to go, if that's the decision. That is the maybe. Okay? Because yes already is. All already is. That's the idea. That's the idea. That is the connection to the consciousness, which is the yes. The yes is already is. Okay? Now, you're going to have yes and no, though. As I said, the 2 actually is the 3. Right? That's why you have to go to the right in order to even get to 2. Right? But there's no right or left. It's just first. Okay? Because like I said, you can go straight to that power and not even think about your idea in your decision. You heard me? Okay. You can go straight to that power before it becomes understanding, which it can't even become understanding unless it's coming from across. But that's not even necessarily so either. Right? Because that's the 2 types of options. Right? Where you only gonna have 2 options, you're gonna have 3 decisions. Well, it's one decision that is actually 3-sided, and then you got these options that are 2-sided. Right? Every option, like I said, automatically are together until you uncut it, right? Every option is actually 2 options. However, you have to decide on it in order for it to be, for you to fucking connect to what it is and what it isn't, to a certain extent. And that has to do with the idea, right? And that's where if you come from the idea straight to your decision and don't think about what you're deciding, right? Which you would have to be thinking automatically, being that, first of all, 2 is 3 for 1. That means love is power and power is love, which love is the most powerful to begin with. Yes, there is no power without love. It just ain't. And that right there is the wisdom. Okay? And whatever idea or thought about idea is the situation. Now that's bars that I just gave you right there. That's bars that I just gave you. Oh, there is no power without love. What is power is energy. Energy is love. Okay? Life is love and love is light. That means light is life. It's like life is love. As I always say, that's the 3 sides. Okay? In the thought, that is the decision of the options, though. Right? Because you can make a choice that leads you to a different type of option. Right? You got the options that's deriving from the superconscious area of the peaceful, all-knowing sort of consciousness, you know what I mean? Connected and collected consciousness. And then you got the dispersed, separated, unconscious or subconscious option. That is your free will. Right? Your free will is now in its very self free in itself, and that it is it's free in that it's unattached to a certain extent. It's unobligated, right? It's unobligated to the universal purpose of all energy, which is the force of that divine will, which is going to now magnetize your free will unless you're fighting it, trying to, be independent, basically. You know what I'm saying? Relying on your independence, which is a risk to take. That's the decision in itself. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's to trust God and the provisions of our Creator to provide what you deserve, what is best for you to involve yourself with, even if you don't understand it, even if it's not necessarily right directly and initially preferred, but you grow into that mature self, into that mature beingness, right? And in that journey, of course you're doing, you know what I mean? You're gonna act on your faith for sure, which is divine will in itself, which is faith. right? And all faith takes action, right? But free will is passion, right? And then you got desire, which is your memory, right? So we got faith, which takes action. Okay? That is the alignment, and that's the alignment of the free will with the divine will, is your faithful actions. Right? As opposed to you taking control. The only control you can take is aligning with the divine provision. That's the only true control you can take. I mean, I'm not going to say you can't benefit. You can't benefit from these options. You know what I'm saying? These worldly options, these secondary options, basically. You know what I mean? These maybe options, basically, right? Because what constitutes an option? That's the whole point, as opposed to a choice. What constitutes an option as opposed to a choice? The thought, right? An idea is a thought. A thought is not always an idea, though. A thought can involve feelings, right? And when a thought involves feelings, that are the options in the choices that are also thoughts. A thought is always going to be inspired by an idea, but it has to realize that in the action, right? Now, the very action in itself, because see, your free will is below the idea, which is the divine will. But between is not only your intellect and intelligence, which is your wisdom and understanding, or your love and power, but also the option of these other two spheres, which is love or / which would have to be this other love, and fear, which is discernment, which is also discipline, right? You sticking to you doing what it is that will work, that you know you can make work, regardless if it's not safe to have faith or to even act in faith. That might mean your life sometimes. For the most part, that's going to mean your life. Right? And that's why it's important to remain unpredictable. To bring your free will there and keep your free will along with the divine will as much as possible. Because then you gotta pass those auxiliary options, which are having to do with more so with your thoughts. You know what I mean? Because they're not your thoughts, my nigga. All thought belong to God. All thought belong to God. Is the part. Okay? That's what art is. Right? As far as emotions, though, them is yours. If there is a such thing as a self. You dig? Which that's why the mind, which is also the free will, right, is your mind. Is your very choices in themselves. Right? But like I said, and so to stay clear, our choices ain't always directed by our own conscious thinking or just our thinking. Sometimes our very choices and our decisions, as even the action that we perform, is divinely inspired without even realizing the thought involved. You feel me? Those are those pure ideas that you move on as soon as you have it. Right? like when you bust in a freestyle, right? You bring the thought to the idea sometimes to connect those purer expressions, which the action is to speak. But you can't speak without thinking, but you can speak without thinking. And there's this particular way you can be speaking without thinking, right? Because for the most part, in whatever it is that you're saying is going to involve that knowledge, that intelligence, as far as even how you refer and how you associate terms as to the meaning of things and association of definitions. But that's subconscious in itself, for the most part, being that knowledge is in itself the gate to the subconscious mind. Okay, it has to be, and unless you're returning that speech in praise to divine will, and really you can even go right up even to just consciousness and not even to the idea from there, right? You can even have consciousness move through right to your thought and not even past the idea. On my tree, the zero is connected to the 2 and the 3, and the 1 is in the center of the triad on my tree. Because the Tango, the Kemetic tree of life, they don't even be having a path from the 0 to the 2, because they say you gotta have the idea that every thought is an idea to a certain extent. To a certain extent, yes, but when you retribute and you make the full circulation from the idea to the thought to the actual choice, right? It's automatically going to include your free will, which your will is your very action, your willpower. Yes, is your actions, right? It's how you perform what you decide, right? Even you gotta have willpower to even think. It takes willpower to move anything. It's the action. You are now directing movement with your willpower. That's the situation. You're directing now movement in itself, activity, which is life. Movement, life is movement. And how you direct is through that focus, which is also directed by your will, but focus is will and will is focus. But you can focus your will without your will. You can focus your will without your will, and your will can be focused without your will. That's how free it is, right? But it is within your decision to reconnect that free will back to the divine will. Through your choosing, which it is your will to choose, but in choosing now you're now deciding between options. The options at the top or the options at the bottom. You know what I mean? The options that are presented with your inspiration and intention, or the options that are presented with your intuition and your initiative. You understand? Right? So you got this right here, right? You make it right here, nigga, to your decision, which is either going to remain power, which true power is not, don't belong to any man. True power don't belong to any man until, or it can become understanding, and the power now is the fear, because now you're trying to control some shit. You're forced for whatever reason, even if you're allowing yourself to be forced, or you're forcing yourself, or you're moving the force in the wrong, in an incorrect direction, to where now you're subjected. You're subjected to choosing based on your opinion, based on your assumption, based on your justification, involving your guessing, you know what I mean? Your knowledge, your earthly knowledge. So those are two type of options, right? The options that are presented with your inspiration, with the original inspiration, which would even alert you or introduce you to whatever thought that you don't even necessarily even have to even go through at all. You can go right to a decision without thinking. And that'd be a divinely inspired choice you done made between the option introduced by that inspiration / intention. Right? What you want. Right? What you know what you want before you even have to think about what you want. You know what you want before you even have to think about what you want. However, when it comes to options, you don't have to think about that either. But it does. But it has to be presented in whatever type of fashion in the choice you're making. Right? Now you follow. Hopefully you follow me. I don't know if you follow me. You know what I mean? I don't know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying, but I don't know what it is I'm gonna say. And that's not even another example of what I'm saying. As far as this download right here, these aren't necessarily thoughts, nigga. These are just words. Which that's what that decision is the word, right? That's what a thought is in your mind is going to be a word, though. And that's how the two is the three. And you thinking of it anyway. Right? And that's why they want to tell you what sound to make in your thoughts through language, my nigga. Because that's already connected to these other sounds which are below. And which sounds are those? Which sounds are those? Okay? Because there's only one note. And that's in reference to that which is the yes. The thought is the no. You know what I'm saying? The idea is the yes. Well, anything you can have, well, it's many, and you can have everything, but it's going to be something, technically. But in that something, is it everything or anything? Right? And the only way that it can be something at all is if it's also nothing. You know what I mean? Divinely inspired, right? Because that divine will is the ideal in itself, right? The divine idea. That's what I say. That's what I mean when I say the divine idea. The idea is already divine, in that it is the actualizer. It is the opener. It is it makes what's possible possible. It is the enabler. It is the provider, right? It is the creator, right? It's creation, right? From the 0 to the 1 is the materialization, is the very manifestation of materialization, right? Materialization goes through cultivation to then formed into a product, an object, yes? Yes, the object in itself is only a subject when you get to analyzing it, when you get to interpreting it, right? The very object of something is only what it is that you see it to be. And that's the flip of it. Right? Because the very object in itself has to go through materialization, which takes that cultivation through all of everything that it could be or would be, in order for it to even be anything. Right? It has to go through everything that it would be or could be to even be anything. Which is extremely weird. Which is extremely weird, especially when you look at the 1, the 2, the 3 as all anyway. Yes? So yeah. Options, choices, decisions, thoughts, and ideas. You got consciousness, right? But it's not nothing you even relate to or can reference without the idea of it, right? Because we think of it or we know it as we see it as, we refer to it, right? We're referring to this as consciousness. That is the idea we have of it, okay? The very idea of consciousness of itself is going to lead you to a decision. Right? I would say thought, but what is a decision? A decision is a thought. And like I said, you have to decide to think. And even in order to think, you have to decide to think. Even if it's subconscious or not. Even in thinking, even in deciding, you have to decide to think. And you gotta think to decide. Whether it's conscious or subconscious. And that's those options. Conscious or subconscious thoughts and decisions. Which a thought is a decision and a decision is a thought. That's why love is power, power is love, wisdom is understanding, but only including knowledge. Only including knowledge. And back to what I said as far as from the idea to the decision, which is a thought, right? Can you get back from your decision right back to the idea? Of course. Of course, that's what's happening. When you flowing, you just kicking mad bars, right? Or you just drawing, just drawing whatever. You feel me? You ain't got no idea what you want to put on it. And it's coming to life as you're doing it. That's that decision back to the idea, decision back to the idea, decision back to the idea. You make the decision to start, you make the decision to continue. But before you make the decision to continue, you've already reconnected that first decision to act, right? And your will is now already aligned with divine will, because the divine will is the idea, is that inspiration, yes, as well as intention. But the intention is the inspiration to a certain extent, right? Right, because what you want is going to be based on what you see as possible, but not always so strictly either, because even though you may not be able to describe it or to explain to yourself or whoever else what you see as possible, you know in your heart that everything is possible and nothing is impossible, right? But you, as a modest person, as a understanding person, as a practical person, as a reasonable person, right? You conclude upon, you collect upon one thing over the next thing. One most relatable and relevantly effective thing before whatever else. We kind of are, conformed to having to do that to a certain extent when it comes to certain things. You know what I mean? So, as far as from the idea to the decision, versus idea to the thought, right? Because in keeping the love power and the power love, in keeping the love power and the power love when it comes to interactions and functions and energies in this material fucking external realm or whatever, in keeping the love power and the power love before whatever knowledge is concerned, which would automatically be involved in the wisdom that would be the love when the knowledge would pop up, and the understanding that would be the power when this knowledge would need to pop up, and then returns and then recollects what should already stayed, how it would have been without whatever else. But by that time, it's mixed up. It's mixed up. You gotta have a fresh idea now. Don't get me wrong, there's always fresh ideas. But even in these innovative sort of inventions, right? And these innovative creations, yes, and creative depictions and updates, as well as enhancements, you have a fuller idea that it connects to. You know, it's always going to put you in the mind of resonant sort of signature energy. You know, you're like, oh wow, I've never seen anything like that in my life, but it's gotta be something that is also whatever else too. If it's a piece of art, it's a new style of art, but it's still art. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean. You know, unless you making something that ain't never been seen ever, it's not even, it became associated with anything else, like the first piece of art ever. Right? What was the first piece of art ever? You dig? What was the first meal ever made? Right? What was the first prayer ever prayed? Where and who was the first prayer? And so what I mean is like, right, and even in that instance, I mean, I say, right, I said, even aside from technically speaking and all the mathematics it is, as far as from 0 to 1, 2 and 3, and the tree and the spheres, it's involving what you want, you know, your desire, your passion, and your will, your pleasure. Right? Your pleasure actually is higher than your passion. Your pleasure is higher than your desire. Right? Your desire is below your passion. You know? You know, because you can want something. That's your desire. You could enjoy something, or your passion is what you're interested in, right? Your passion is your interest. It's like, what's your passion? You know, what is your interest? You know, what is your preference? That's more like your passion, but your passion is going to involve that excitement. But, you know, that's more along the line, I mean, not more so, but even also along the lines of desire, right? Your desire is what you long for. It's what you want. Your desire is what you want. You know what I mean? Is what you seek. Is your desire. Your desire in itself is what you long for. The passion, it would be what you prefer. Yes? That's like the difference between the best and the favorite. You know? The best is your desire. No, your passion is what you prefer, right? Your favorite is your passion. The best is what you desire. You know, you long for top quality, the best, right? But your favorite is good. It's a different best. It's your best. That's why it's above the desire. In the same place of your heart is where you have your passion. This is your free will in itself. It is the ability, the very ability to choose. right? Now you have choice, right? And you have deciding, but the ability to choose is that passion or compassion. What you prefer, you know, what excites you. Your desire is good. It's desire, passion. This is all part of the centralizing, the concentration. But what's interesting is pleasure, right? The very enjoyment, aside from just the excitement or the inclination, the longing in itself is the inclination. It's you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking of the desire, which is the longing. It's like something that pulls you. It's a very magnetism. It's the inclination, right? Your desire is like your desire is like, it's kind of like passion. It's very interchangeable with passion, and you think of pleasure also with passion and desire and pleasure, right? The thing that's interesting about pleasure, though, is it is just below peace. It's like tangible peace. You know, pleasure is sensational peace. You know, it's pleasurable to be peaceful, right? But that's more of that's now on the level of blissfulness, right? Because you got joy and pleasure. Joy is more closer to pleasure than it is to bliss, but bliss is closer to peace than joy is to peace, right? You got bliss close to peace, or rather peace close to bliss, bliss close to joy, joy close to pleasure, pleasure close to passion, passion close to desire, and the reverse, desire to passion to pleasure to peace. Right? Because joy, bliss, and pleasure is really all one. That's the same. They're saying the same thing. You understand? And the reason I mention this is because it's about what you want, right? And what pleases you. As you so please is your choice, right? Whatever it is you are choosing, even if it's confused, based on or influenced by your impulse or instinct, right? And your intuition and initiative, right? To take initiative, which would be to move out of into, is your initiative. And then you have your intuition. Your very intuition is coupled with your inspiration, right? The inspiration is what leads to an idea and leads from an idea. You're inspired by an idea, but you're inspired into an idea at the same time. That's how an idea appears. It's coming and going simultaneously. Because it is all everywhere, but in the everywhere that it is, you are now moving between the different points at whatever angle you're approaching it. Now, the key is the 2 degrees, right? Because every degree involves every degree, right? And that's something that you will be able to see in your activity, which that free will is going to direct, which that divine will is actually directing, especially when you align your free will with your divine will, which is your pleasure, because you're not going to do nothing you don't want to do. Even if you don't want to do it, you still going to have to choose to do it in order to do it, unless somebody's fucking moving your body for your ass. You can make a choice against your preference, which would be your passion, against your free will. Based, you know what I'm saying? Out of your desire to complete whatever objective, right? to satisfy or gratify whatever agreement. But your passion is not necessarily always the same as your desire. Right? You can have passion for something and desire something, but to have desire for something, right? Passion for something. You don't passion something, you desire something. Right? You have passion for something. You can't even say, well, I passion you. I desire her. I desire this outcome. I have a passion for this outcome, though. Right? I have a passion for the pleasure arrived in this particular action, which should involve whatever objective and outcome, which it automatically does, but that's not always the idea, or at least that's not always the connection we're making with the idea that leads to the pleasure first, right? Because if you don't like it, it's not gonna be you doing it, even if it ends up happening. It's gonna be a part of yourself that you're disassociated with, or that you are not accepting as a part of yourself, or that you separate yourself from. So, aside from all the mathematics, it comes down to what you want. Now, the key is, like I said, those 2 degrees in the angle that you approach whatever idea, which is your inspiration and intention, which those involve and I want to say present, but really sort of arrange or present one of 2 options. So, aside from all the mathematics, it comes down to what you want. Now, the key is, like I said, those 2 degrees in the angle that you approach whatever idea, which is your inspiration and intention, which those involve and I want to say present, but really sort of arrange or present one of 2 options. Right? Because options related to the idea, they're really related to peace, which pleasure is peace, right? Because look, listen, bliss is peace, bliss is pleasure, right? Pleasure is passion, passion is desire. You understand? However, the options are connected to the idea, right? As far as the action, right? The very action is to think or to decide, which a decision is a thought, and a thought is a decision. Now, you can decide to decide, and now that is that second thought. And when you get to thinking about what you think, and that introduces these feelings. Now, you don't have to focus on your feelings. It just sort of introduces the feeling, right? It showcases it, you know what I mean? It supplements, it subvents whatever feeling, right? You know what I mean? It's kind of like a background acknowledgement, low-key. Unless you decide on the decision about your decision, which would be a thought about a thought about a thought. Because a thought is a decision and a decision is a thought. You have to decide to think, even if it's subconscious or not. Now, if it's a subconscious decision to think, then you now have the option or not to think about that thought. Okay? Subconsciously or consciously. Okay? I'll repeat what I said. A thought is a decision. A decision is a thought. You have to decide to think, whether it's consciously or subconsciously, you're still deciding it. Your free will, which either is going to be connected or in alignment with divine will or not. Now, as far as your decision, that's what constitutes a decision, as opposed to a thought, or in relations to the fact that a thought is a decision, right? A thought can just be a regular notion. That's more completely connected to an idea, but it still involves deciding, which would be a decision, right? It's really reconnecting what is not actually separate unless you let it be separate. Right? Now, the thought is the idea, again, unless you keep it in the idea area and you just act, which is also a decision, which is also a thought, but the idea is a thought anyway. No? Yes. But that all is directed by that free will, which is that passion, which actually is directed by that divine will, which is that pleasure. Okay? Now the pleasure is what pleases you, what you so please. Basically, what you so choose is what pleases you. Now you can get in a mix to where there's something pleasing you that you have nothing to do with the choosing or deciding regarding. Okay? Now that needs to be an agreed arrangement. Because when it's not, then that's already funky. That's already hella funky right there. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make her like what I want her to like. You know what I'm saying? Wait. She like what she like. And she's going to have to choose to like what she likes herself. In fact, she's going to have to choose to align with what she likes or not. Actually. Because what she like is what she like. What she likes can grow, change. You know what I mean? But that's not going to be contingent upon nothing else except for her. Right? Now, as far as her liking what she likes and choosing to like what she likes, you can't help what you like. Right? Somebody else can help what you like. But even in that, that's a process where you're, you know what I'm saying? I guess you could say you're configuring the structure and system of those decisions, right? Those options. You dig what I mean? And so that's just real special in itself. You're configuring the structure, that system that is those options, right? What is it that you choose, right? Is your free will, which is your passion, right? Which is your very force in itself to decide anything. Yes? Because your will is free. It can be influenced by whatever outside factors as well, influences, especially when it's outside or separate from that divine will, which is the pleasure in itself. Right? So your pleasure can't be hijacked, but your passion can. Right? To where now you're now led to liking whatever else. But you still like it. Or you don't. You know, it's something you like about it, even if it's not it itself. You know? And that's something that cannot be hijacked. But what can be hijacked is your passion for something, right? Your preference. You know what I mean? Your favorite as opposed to the best. Right? The best, it would be the desire. It's like you long for something. It's like the very essence of whatever it is that you would want. It's gotta be the epitome of it. Yes. You don't want half something. You want what it is that you want. Even if it's half of something, that is what you want. The half. The half is it's wholly half of whatever it is. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I want half a sandwich. I don't want a whole sandwich. I want a half sandwich. But if it's a whole sandwich, then it's only half of what I want. You understand? I want specifically a half a sandwich. Right? I like my sandwich. I don't like eating whole sandwiches. Right? I desire, right? I'll take it, you know what I'm saying? My preference, that's my preference. My passion is a half of the sandwich, right? Right? My desire is a sandwich, is to eat, is to enjoy eating this sandwich. I prefer for it to be half a sandwich. You understand? Right? Now, your desire and your passion are very relatable. It's sort of the same thing. But like I said, you desire something, but you have a passion for something. You know what I mean? I desire a sandwich. I have a passion for half of a sandwich. Right? I desire half a sandwich. You dig? And that would be the best for me. But as long as it's really what it is, then that's best. You dig what I mean? And that's what I mean as far as the best and your favorite. And then also what's real, aside from whatever, how you feel about it, is the very pleasure in itself. You know what I'm saying? Because like I was talking to my mom, she said she's growing a taste for healthy stuff. And that's really the situation. Like, what is your taste? You know, what does it please you to do? To please yourself or to enjoy joy? You know, because that's not necessarily the same thing. Happiness and joy is actually different things, right? I mean, what's interesting about pleasure, right? That in itself is all of them together, right? Because I'm gonna say it like this: what you want is what you like, but you can like something that you shouldn't like. You know what I'm saying? And that's how the very idea of something gets twisted up. The very idea of it. Because an idea is misleading to begin with. It can be misleading, that is. Right? If you lean upon those too many thoughts about it. Right? The thought about the thought about the thought about the idea, right? You know, like I said, an idea introduces a thought, right? Or it introduces a decision. But a decision is a thought and a thought is a decision, right? You can think, you have to think it, you have to decide in order to think, whether it's subconscious or not. And the very passion, which would be your preference, is already going to be subconscious. The very desire, which would be your longing, right? Which you don't feel like you actually can have, or you feel like you don't have yet, right? Because when you're talking about manifestation, you are matching the energy, right? They say match the energy of what it is that you see is your right. You feel me? Your right. You know what I'm saying? Which is that you see as your choice, what you choose as your intention. Match the energy of your intention. Set your intention, match the energy. That is what manifestation is. Set your intention, match the energy. The only room for this, whatever room for desire is in setting your intention rather, and matching the energy is delicate. Right? If you get too caught up in what is called fantasizing. That's why that's that dream area, the memory, right? Also has to do with dreams. Fantasizing and fixating too much on the figment as opposed to the notion. You understand? So You take that desire to your passion, which involves your actions. You know, what you prefer. You can want something, but you only want it because you feel like you're not it, right? That's the thing about wants, needs. There's nothing you need. We have everything that we need. Okay, don't get me wrong. We're here on this planet. Things happen, and it has to do with other people, and it's their decision. It's, you know what I mean? It's contingent upon outside factors, but not necessarily, especially if you walk in with what is called a concise determination, the concise actualization, concise intention. It's called intentional living. Yes, you have not heard this term? Why is this a popular term? They say the road to hell itself is filled with good intentions, but then you got these terms called then you hear all of this talk about intentional living. So you know what I'm saying? It's not such a bad thing. It's not necessarily supposed to be a bad thing unless you don't follow through on what it is that you decide, which is already decided for you in whatever idea you are having about which, you would want or whatever. That's already decided in the idea of what's possible. First of all, you're going to know in your heart whether you want it or not. And that's going to have to do with your pleasure. Right? Your pleasure, what would be pleasing, will be mostly, actually, and fully and completely pleasing, enriching to you. You're going to automatically know that in the back of your mind, even if it would be fun all the way up into the point to where it's not no more. And you know that deep down, and you still just going to do it since you can, and this nigga dumb enough to let you. Right? But that's not all the way pleasing. It's pleasing enough for the other side, for that maybe zone, sure. For that maybe zone, yeah. For that maybe zone, yeah. But for the yes, that is automatically that idea starting with the yes. You understand me? Until you go to the thought, which would be the other side of the yes, a no. Supposed to return back to the yes. Right? You can do another no, and that'll automatically take you to the yes again. Right? Because thought is no in itself. So you think about a thought, and it's also a no. So how is a thought a no? Because the idea is the pleasure. Right? The idea is the peace. The idea is the positive. The thought about the idea is you're now inserting it into this particular consideration. Like you're evaluating what else it could be for whatever reason. That's why they call it a reason, right? It has a purpose in itself, though. Right? And the reason is supposed to be for you to return the reason to the purpose. You know what I mean? It's just all about the creative. You know what I mean? That involves your free will, which is the passion, right? Because it takes you doing it. Because it takes you doing it. In even the idea. But one thing that we don't be realizing, and like I even was saying earlier, you allow yourself to let that idea to grow, then it's going to bring options to you, yo, before you even have to think about how to make it happen. Because that's all the while you would even be having whatever thought about it at all. I would hope, as opposed to you sitting there stuck in your desire, wanting some shit that you don't really believe. But that's why from there you go to believe that you can even have. That's what desire is in itself, is an illusion. It doesn't have to be. Right? Because desire is beautiful. Passion is beautiful. Pleasure is beautiful. Peace is most beautiful, though. And if that pleasure is not going to bring you peace, if that passion is not going to bring you pleasure, if that desire is not going to lead to your passion, if that desire, passion, and pleasure don't bring you to peace, then the only thought you need to have about it is a no. Back to the yes, that is the all-encompassing idea, which the idea could be false to begin with, even in the yes. You understand? Which is going to present those two options closely connected. Not necessarily an option is not either inspiration or intention, but the idea is the intention, is the inspiration, right? Because see, that's the whole point. That's the whole situation. Even in the thought, which is automatically going to happen because, like I said, the idea is the thought, and that it's an idea at all. You understand? An idea is going to say, okay, this is what's happening in your mind mentally. Now, this is what you're supposed to do with it. And you can do many things. You can let it take you wherever it's going to take you and then come back to me all tattered and raggedy and let me patch you back up with this piece. You know what I'm saying? Fucking exhaustion can bring you peace at some, you know what I mean? At some point, but at the same time, you can also charge your peace up to where now it's like it's a serenity. You know what I'm saying? It's an actual sort of fuller, evolved sort of solace your mind is. And it's not pulled in these different directions between your desires and passions. It's all inclusive with your pleasure, right? It brings you pleasure to align your will with the divine will. That's the most pleasing for you. It's challenging, but shit, anything worth having is going to be worth working for. It's the part. Everything worth having is going to be worth working for. It's the part. So you shouldn't want nothing that you know you can have to begin with. And that's the whole part where it gets tricky with that desire. You know what I mean? But you wouldn't want it unless it was already you. And that's the whole alignment of your will with the divine will, which is the idea to begin with, which is the pleasure to begin with. Because you have your way of pleasure, but it descends so as for you to meet the same and not for it to be fucking beaten by whatever else, nigga. Pleasure and desire and passion, nigga. Really the desire, right? Really the desire, right? Which is also identity. You understand? Yes, so it doesn't descend for it to be now canceled out or overpowered by these justifications, by, your exceptions. You know what I'm saying? By these gratifications and satisfaction. It's not, because that can chop your piece up. That can break your piece apart. When you want to be collecting all the different parts of the piece and even considering the want of something that you already have decided. How you want to want something? You ain't supposed to even be, that's supposed to already be done. You're supposed to have already wanted it and deciding it. That's supposed to be done. Now you choose it and it's now it's manifested already. It's already manifested in choosing it. Unless you work against yourself. As I mentioned, you're going to be working with yourself or working against yourself. Which there is no self. And until there is a self, then you working with your supposed would-be self. But after there's a self, now you got to bypass passion or desire and belief or love or, you feel me, trust or, you know what I mean? All these other things. It's about what you want. It comes down to what it is that you choose, but you're going to choose based on who you are. And who you are is what you do, right? And so you can do something before you choose it. And that's the whole point. That's not necessarily always the worst thing. especially when you've already done, you know what I'm saying, you've worked towards following a decided and disciplined path, right? That middle path of always returning your desire to your pleasure. You know what I'm saying? Because you can desire something, but a thing, right? You can't passion something. I mean, yeah, you can't passion something and you can't pleasure something, right? You desire something, right? You have passion for something, yes? But you have the pleasure of something, right? You can't pleasure for something. You passion, you have a passion, you have a, or passion for, or you have passion for, or a passion for whatever. But whatever is pleasing to you, whatever brings you pleasure, is pleasurable to you. Okay? You desire whatever else. You can even have a desire for something, but that's really a passion for it. You can have a desire, but you can't passion something. You can desire something. I desire this. That's saying I have a desire for it, but really, honestly, I want for this. Sure, yeah, I mean, it's the same thing, but they do take that for out. You desire something, you have a desire for something. Yeah, sure. Even if you have a desire for something, that means that you have the initiative, right? You have the inclination. You have the leaning towards. You know what I'm saying? You're inclined to it. If you have a desire for something as opposed to desiring it, right? I have a desire for this. That means that's more along the lines of your will, right? Of your actual action as opposed to your longing. Because to desire something means that you want it whether you have it or not. Right? I have a passion for something. That means that this is what pleases me already, even though I may not have it or not. Right? The desire don't necessarily please you. Right? The desire don't necessarily please you until it's attained. Right? The desire is not pleasing. Okay? The desire in itself is not designed to be pleasing. But between the pleasure and the desire, that passion, that compassion, that beauty, that free will, the heart in itself, that can be pleasurable. The passion, even just the passion for something, can be pleasurable. Right? But until you actualize something, until you experience it, and the very thing in itself, it cannot please you. You understand? Right? So, what are you choosing? Are you choosing to experience? Or are you choosing to think about experiencing? Or are you choosing to think about thinking about experiencing? Are you choosing to experience? Because that's the only way you can have pleasure. Unless it is, of course, half what you are doing to experience it and half what the experience is doing in your experiencing it. Right? That's because the very passion is the free will that you would align with your divine will. But you got to pull the desire into that. You got to desire to align your will with the divine will, which would be you have to desire to experience what you choose. You know what I mean? And what's cold is like we'll fuck around and get in a mix to where it's like we're so used to ending up liking some shit that wasn't necessarily our full decision. You know what I'm saying? To where now you don't even feel like taking a risk of choosing something that you don't even like as much as you didn't even choose. You know what I'm saying? And also, another thing, it's difficult to manifest without the right structure, without the right idea in mind to begin with. If you're leaving it to chance, if you automatically starting in that chance / maybe zone, it's going to be stuck at that desire, which is, like I said, is very tricky. You got to already realize and be able to associate and relate to the wanting of it as well as the choosing of it, in wanting of it. Otherwise, you ain't gonna do shit but want it, and then by the time you get it, you ain't even gonna want the shit no more. Right? That's what be happening. You dig what I'm saying? It's about what you want, though. And what you want automatically is going to involve what you like. It should, but it don't always. It's difficult to manifest without the right structure, without the right idea in mind to begin with. If you're leaving it to chance, if you automatically starting in that chance / maybe zone, it's going to be stuck at that desire, which is, like I said, is very tricky. You got to already realize and be able to associate and relate to the wanting of it as well as the choosing of it, in wanting of it. Otherwise, you ain't gonna do shit but want it, and then by the time you get it, you ain't even gonna want the shit no more. Right? That's what be happening. You dig what I'm saying? It's about what you want, though. And what you want automatically is going to involve what you like. It should, but it don't always. Involve what you like. And so that's when that pleasure is that desire. Who doesn't want pleasure? Well, shit. When your pleasure is not passionate, then you'd rather just almost, you know what I'm saying? You can feel, you rather feel like almost enjoying, right? It can be enjoyable to almost enjoy. And now, you know what I'm saying? Now you're stuck in the middle of the middle, which would actually be between the 10 and the 6, which would be because the desire is just above the actual materialization of something, the very fuller experience of it. Which, that's the whole point. Like, that's tricky too. An experience is not always the materialization of something. Something that actually manifested is still surrounding and circulating your interpretation / experience of the very manifestation of it. The very materialization of something still involves your idea of it. That's why the 10, the manifestation, is the one that is the idea. The idea. How you see it. You know what I'm saying? What it means to you. Regardless of whatever feelings you got about it. What those very feelings or thoughts / decisions now mean to you. What does it mean to you? And that's the whole point. I mean, that's also what I'm saying as far as pleasure is concerned, right? Anger can mean more to you, right? But if you angry, you shouldn't be enjoying that, but you can enjoy being angry. We can get pleasure out of being sad. We can get pleasure out of being out of shame. We can get pleasure out of displeasure, right? Out of pain, right? And that's why they say love is pain, but that's that other love that's pain, right? Which it's not. Love is love. Love is love. All love is pain, but all pain is love, right? But love also is power. That's why I say peace, power, passion, pain, purpose, power, passion, pain, purpose, power, passion, pain, peace, peace, power, passion, purpose, pain, peace, power, passion, purpose, pain, in the name of those who paved the path. Save for us the artifacts, made a way up out of the madness, gave to us the ancient practices. I rap for those who hadn't a choice in the matter. A voice for the masses. So many muted masters, mutilated by Mr. Massa, emasculated from Mississippi to Tallahassee, back across the map past Canada, Alaska, Algeria, not to mention Tanzania, the far removed related. Maintaining, we all came from the same place. Then they erased the names and changed the brain, heinous games played. Just like pain is love, the truth hurts. Move the hate, reverse the lies. Remove the hate, reverse the lies. History hides beneath the surface, the pollinators. Everything happens for a reason. There are American students who went to segregated schools, still breathing to this day. Revolutionaries being refused release. Political prisoners whose only crime was fighting for peace. Pioneers in the Congolese, seeking asylum, terrorized by colonizers, free radical sovereign silenced. This goes out for all my indigenous originals. This goes out to the indigenous aboriginals. This right here is for the indigenous aboriginals, the tribes around the globe, worldwide high vibrations, every nation, intercontinental administration, crack babies, black bastards, cracks in the alabaster where corners connect, keep on building. Like the contractors, the ascended architects enter to the outer, mineral to powder, medicine, fidelity, peace, power, passion, purpose, pain, right? So it's about what you want, and you know what I'm saying? That should influence what you choose, but it can get confused. You know, you can feel like you want something, but you don't know until you know, and once you know, you still have to do based on that, and that's that application of knowledge, which would be the wisdom once it's already involving that knowledge. But as we said, that wisdom is in the place of what love, what originally always is, and can't be anything other than love, except for understanding, which is also power, because of course the 2 is the 3, the 3 is the 2. But all is love anyway, even peace is love. You know what I mean? The idea in itself, love is life, and life is light. You want to let your preference be principle, you know, and that's interesting and that's intricate, you know, but when it is, of course, your intuition, right? Your inspiration, and then also your intuition, right? That's what is at that source idea, which is most closely connected to the all idea, all thought, all consciousness, right? Because before even consciousness get to thought, it got to go through idea. right? The first idea, because your very thoughts are now associated with whatever sort of structuring of association that you've attached to ideas, right? What did I say? With the creation of an idea or the realization of an idea through your decisions, because sometimes it's not always a thought. You can just be doing something and just continuing doing and realizing and reconnecting as well as reattributing energies and that passion, which is your free will, which the desire in itself to do anything is your free will, which is your passion, right? Don't desire something, desire to do. Firstly, that's the first trick. Desire to do. Don't desire. That's not even possible to desire something. Okay? You either choose it or you don't choose it. That's that maybe zone to begin with. Okay? Desire to do whatever it is that will bring you what you might be interested in, that preference, which would be the passion, right? The free will, which now is going to move your action. Right? Now, that in itself is a middle grounding point, right? And a balancing, because you can act and not even have to be so decidedly sure as to what you will desire or whatever, but you're still going to have to desire to do in order to do. Right? And that's why the 9 and the 1 is actually a SAR and a set together, my nigga. That pleasure and that desire. Right? Meeting right there in the sun they create, which is the passion, the very, you feel me? The driving force, that impulse right there. That's going to pull you in the direction that you choose. In that choice, that is the idea, because you already made, first of all, low key, you already making a choice even before you pass the thought across the knowledge to the thought, to the choice, or go right from the idea to the choice, or rather decision, which is a thought. You already deciding in even the idea. Okay, now, but that's elaborate, right? You can elaborate or you can collaborate. You understand? Let your options come to you. And where are you going to be when they arrive? You're going to be with God, where that idea originates. Okay? Above whatever influence, above whatever different contingencies and contingencies, because you got options and you got contingencies, right? Above whatever these other, I said the word earlier. It's got to do with involvements, right? But yeah, you're going to be there where you're going to have to go to anyway, right? You get in the mix of even achieving, even acquiring certain situations. You're going to have to always come back to God like, oh snap, my life didn't got out of hand. You know what I mean? It's so much going on. I'm responsible for so much. I'm answering for so much. I need to confer for guidance. So I say, be doing that always, right? And what's cool about that is, as far as the idea is concerned, you take that idea back beyond to the peace, right? Because Amen is the peace, the very Ankh in itself, Itango, where the idea comes from, which is consciousness, is peace, man. Right? So I'm just saying, what are you choosing? Okay? Whatever you choose, it for sure don't need to make too many turns, okay? Because really, what are you choosing? It didn't turn from this to that. So it can't go back. And it can go back. It can go right to the thought, back to the idea. Right? It can go from the consciousness, which is peace. All right. Now, mind you, which is peace. Okay. Now, this is key. It can come from the peace to the idea, which is the divine will, which is the pleasure, right? Which whatever it is that you please for it to be. Anything you please, my nigga. You understand? Don't get it fucked up as the pleasure is something that you want to try to snatch up. Nah, niggas, whatever you please. Nigga, pain could be pleasurable. Nigga, anger could be pleasurable if that's what you please. You know what I'm saying? Failure can be pleasurable, nigga, if that's what you please. But it is contingent, as far as contingencies are concerned, upon what it is that you please, which is what you would choose. However, the actual selection, as well as far as decision on options, would come with that would be word, right? Whether it's spoken or not, right? Which will lead you to emotions if you don't take it back, right? Right? Because a thought is a decision, right? A thought is a decision, and a decision is a thought. So in any thought you make, and you already decided, and then you already at the edge, right? To leave the idea to begin with, and not be returning it back to peace with your pleasure. If your fucking pleasure is not peace, nigga, then that's the decision you're making in itself. The 0 and the 1, my nigga. The 0 and the 1 is the only decision you're making, homie. Peace and pleasure. Now, if your pleasure is not peace, then it's not even really you making that decision. I mean, it is, but it's just a disconnected you. It's a misarranged. It's an elaborate you as opposed to a collaborate you. Okay? Because to decide, it takes your will to decide, no? And that's the thing about that, right? And that's how these decisions, which would be the word, can lead into these emotional sort of areas, because the very free will is along the lines of below this knowledge line. Yes? Which doesn't have shit to do with shit, but you see what it is that I'm saying, right? Because, and how does that make sense? Because, of course, in your decision, like I said, it's going to present these options. It's going to either, you're going to realize these options, or you're going to create these options, right? You're going to now, you're going to create these options. You're going to invite these other options, right? The options that's based on, I'm glad I came back to this because I was trying to remember the two eyes that is with the one. That is the idea, right? Because you got inspiration, which is actually the fifth eye. And then you got one of the eyes out of intuition, instinct, impulse, and initiative. Right? You got these options that are created out of your initiative and your impulse. Right? Because automatically the idea is your impulse. But if you are separating your impulse from the idea, not moving on what it is that comes to mind, in it coming to your mind at all, you got to get back to that. You got to get back to that. Because you're slowing shit down. Your shit is now dragging us. And that's that lower frequency vibration. Right? For you to be thinking, for you to have an idea about anything, you should already be connecting it to what it takes. It should already be connected to all of the capacity that you know and that you also will make possible through your will, which needs to be aligned with that divine will, which is the idea in itself, is the divine will. You know what I mean? Now, if your pleasure is peace and your passion is pleasure, which is hard. You feel me? I have a passion for life, but life is not always pleasurable. I have a passion for art, but art is work. Art is, you know what I mean? An idea, right? It's a pleasure in itself, but who is it pleasing, right? You know what I mean? How does art please you? You have a passion for art, but how does art please you? What is pleasing about art to you? You know, that's a question. That's a question to answer. Yes. You must choose in your realizing, because you already are, and that's where those options come from. The option that is presented with your intention. that peace, right? That's going to, right? Because you already know what it's going to take to remain whole, to bring you not only just the most pleasure, but the healing energy that levels you, right? Because peace is just basically, you know what I'm saying, the suspended sort of integration of everything, you know, and pleasure is comparable to that. Pleasure is comparable to that, and it's what's going to keeping everything in line. Is going to keep you able to pull everything better in, right? Because it's like you have to build your affinity for goodness, right? Affinity for peace, right? You have to build your affinity for peace, simply put, right? What's going to bring you peace? It's not going to be nothing emotional bringing you no peace. And that's the thing, like you get it fucked up. Like desire, passion, pleasure is not going to bring you peace, right? Because first of all, nothing brings you peace. You must be peace, all right? In order to even experience peace, you must be peace. Something can bring you pleasure, and you take that as peace with peace. Because everything is peace, even the pleasure. But the pleasure was that's how you're going to identify it. Yes, it's how you're going to associate it as peace. Being that peace is everything, your first association is going to be what you like, right? And you're going to remember firstly what you want more of, right? And that's how in identity and memory, that desire, right? It was what you really long for outside of whether you're going to have it or experience it or not. You can only long for it in association to experiencing it. But that disassociation can involve decisions. You know, it's going to involve decisions, which are thoughts. A very thought in itself is a decision. A very idea in itself is a choice, though, right? It's a choice, right? Before choices become decisions, right? The idea is a choice. The thought is a decision, but it don't necessarily have to be a decision, right? Because you can return the thought back to the idea, and it's in that, but you have to make the choice to do that. Or you can make a decision to think about the thought. Right? Or no, it's still a choice. It's still a choice to think about the thought. It doesn't become a decision until you think about the thought that you chose to think about the thought, about the idea. Which the idea is automatically a choice. Right? Because it's inspired. It is your intention inspired by whatever. Right? It should be inspired by your very actions, your very free will in itself. Your intention. And it should be inspired by your actions. The idea, your intention. It should be inspired by your actions. Now, actions in themselves are decisions, yes. Right? You cannot act without deciding, but you can. Sort of. You can sort of act without deciding. That's that thought going right to the power, right? That's the very prayer, basically. That's the praise in the faith, right? That's your not necessarily thinking, but moving with the inspiration. Moving with the inspiration into your decision, which is also a thought, though. But see, you don't always think about thoughts. Sometimes you have thoughts without even deciding to think about a thought, right? And you can think about something without deciding it also, you know? The thing about that, right, you go from a thought to the knowledge. Yes, you go across the thought, across from the thought to the actual decision, right? But you pass the knowledge, right? Which is the free will in itself, right? They say the application of knowledge is the wisdom, which would be that love turned into wisdom with the knowledge that is actually represents thought in itself. But a thought is in reference to an idea. It's always going to be in reference to an idea. And the idea is always going to be inspired by something and involve your intention as well. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to present two options. And the first two options that it's going to present 6 options. All right? But you have to choose one of 2 of the first options that idea, which is inspired and involving your intuition, going to present. Those 2 options, or those 2 of the 6 options that are possible, right? But if you keep it centralized and universal and harmonized and harmonious, then those options will remain the same 2 in the same 6 in the 2 always, right? So, and those options are: with the idea, which involves inspiration and intention. Yes, you have the option to think or to decide. Okay, now, it's not really 2 options, it's just really one option, it's just 2 sides of the same option. Right? Now, those 2 options, or that option, which is, you can't have an option without whatever other option. But the option from the idea is to think or to decide, which that's the same thing too. Okay? It's just 2 sides of the same option. Right? Now, what's cold is both those options in the option have 2 choices that they are related to. Right? In the option to think, you then also have the choice to make, which an option is going to be a choice. Right? But you can't make a choice without deciding. Okay? Now, you choose to think, but you haven't decided yet. You understand me? That is one option you have. Another option, or the other side of that first option, is to decide. Why? Because that's going to involve your action without thinking, based on that idea. Since a thought is going to be related to an idea and actually technically is the idea. The idea actually is a thought, right? What is a thought? What is an idea that's not a thought? Well, an idea that's not a thought is an action. Right? Because you do things based on your quote unquote impulse, but in this case, before it gets to impulse, which that's what I'm explaining to you, the 2 choices in this decision, on the other side of the first options, which now presents the second set of options. Okay? Now, if you were to choose to think, you now have the option to think about what you're thinking about. But it's really more of a choice. Right? And you can also take a thought right to a decision, which is always going to involve whatever action, but it's an action. And the whole point of what I'm saying is it is an action in itself to think. It is an action in itself to decide. However, it is not always a conscious action to think. It is not always a conscious action to decide. However, it is always a conscious action to decide. Okay? You're not going to make a decision unconsciously. An unconscious decision is really more of a thought. You know what I mean? Because by the time you decide to take action, but see, the thing about you can decide you can have an unconscious decision, but that's a thought, like I said. You know what I'm saying? Because you, like I said, you have to. Thoughts are decisions. First of all, thoughts are decisions. First of all, but they can't be both at the same time, even though they can. But whenever it is that you would do first, now, right? Because from the idea right to the decision, which is going to involve your action, which a decision is a thought, which you got to decide to think. But it's not always conscious. It's either conscious or it's not conscious, right? As far as your decision to think. And that's the whole fucking, that's the situation. That's the whackness. That's the craziness with taking it to thought or decision to begin with. But you have to act for the most part. But you want to let that option first, right? You want your decision to think, right? You want your decision to think now bring newer options to you, right? Because otherwise you're going to be taking those options to the second set, and then from there either back to the first set of options in order to make another, to move it to wherever, from there to wherever you're going to go, whether it be to the other side, to a decision, which is going to ultimately involve inaction or not, and so would bring you to the third set of options as to what action to take based on your instinct and impulse, right? So as to try to save the best out of whatever else. Okay? You know what I mean? In accordance to your understanding. No? Because that's when the understanding is there now. You know what I'm saying? And now it's like you go from love. You would have to go to this new love from there. Right? You can go actually right to, I do believe there's a path right to actually the heart, which would be your free will from the 3 to the 6. I don't think so though, because this is looking like something I put on here. But at that point, the 6 is supposed to be connected to every sphere, right? Except for the 10, because of course the 9 is between the 10 and the 6, the 10 and the 6, and then, but there's nothing between the 6 and the 1 except for what would be there to even be at 6 at all, which is that doth, which is that knowledge sphere, which is not actually a sphere, but it is a sphere if there's any other spheres other than the first actual 3 and 1 spheres. But then also you got the 0, so there's a sphere between the 6 and the 0, and then the spheres between the 6 and the 10. And what spheres are those? That's the 1 and the 9, Aset and Asar. And then you got the peace, which is Amen, and then you got the materialization, the manifestation, the very experience in itself. The peace and the experience, right? Because peace is an experience, but only once you're away from the peace is the peace and experience. And when you're experiencing peace, you wouldn't know the difference either way. You know the difference, but you know what I'm saying? You know the difference while you're in peace. But to move away from it, then it's involving whatever else. You dig what I mean? So moving from the peace into the idea is what starts. It's the very first start. It's the start of you know what I'm saying? Experience. It's the start of experience, right? From the pleasure, right? Because whatever it is you're experiencing has to do with your idea of it. And your idea of it has to do with what you like about it and what you don't like about it. That's inevitable. Okay? Now, what you like about it is already decided in the idea of it. Okay? Now, what you want is to reconnect your pleasure. You want to reconnect your pleasure to where you can experience more of what you like, so that what it is that you are, which is peace, is better defined through your experiences. Now, what you like, which means what pleases you, will naturally transform and evolve and shift through your returning whatever parts of this experience back to that pleasure, into that peace. Right? But you can get back to that pleasure and not go back to the peace. And here on this hermetic tree, where's peace at? There is no peace on the hermetic tree. And so you're naturally going to be fucking circulating and spiraling between pleasure and your interpretation of that pleasure. Right? Which that's divine will in itself. But divine will is your experience. That's divine will. Okay? Now your will is to align with that divine will so as to reconnect to the fuller idea that this particular inspired intuition is introducing. Yes, because you got instinct, you got impulse, you got initiative, and then you got intuition, but then you got inspiration. Yes, the inspiration has to do with that spirit. You know what I'm saying? Inspiration is going to come from many directions, and that's the whole part. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you can experiment with your experience through that inspiration, family. You dig? You know what I'm saying? The inspiration can be victory. Your inspiration can be fear. Your inspiration can be desire. Your inspiration can be beauty. Your inspiration can be courage or belief. But it's all the idea of what these different things are to begin with. Right? Which is going to be involved with that idea, that being the inspiration, which is connected also to your intention as to what you already cannot deny. It also is and deserves to be for you as far as what you want. Your intention. Intention. Right? Your intention. You got intention, you got intuition. Yes? And then you got initiative, right? You got intention, you got intuition, you got initiative, you got instinct, and then you got impulse. And you also have inspiration, intention. That's why they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Right? You're supposed to be returning back to the peace in any idea. That's the fuller, completer part. Me, I'm protective. I'm like a guard dog, nigga. Serbius at Hell's Gates. You understand me? With the 3 heads, yes? Serbius at Hell's Gates with the 3 heads, yes? I'm protective about that piece as far as what I'm bringing back to now transform. Look, bro, like I said, my dome is filled already because I have no space for the fake, my nigga. So I might have to speak. I might think out loud because as far as contemplating on some empty ass shit to begin with, that's already fragmented. I'm not pleased to do that. I don't prefer. I have no passion for that. That's not what I desire, family. That's not what I desire. You understand? Okay? I make a choice. I intend upon something. I choose it. And I keep it within the realm of universally applicable. Right? And not just what I think works for me. Right? Like I said, how it applies to you should be how it applies to everyone. Otherwise, you already changing that first choice into a decision. Right? That first option into a choice. Right? When you got an option, even in the idea, to not choose either of that option. But your experience is only going to be peaceful in that point. There's not so much drama involved with that. There's not so much friction or commotion involved with that. There's not so much what you call provocation in that. It's not so much pain involved in it. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily boring. You know what I mean? If you know how to navigate, if you know how to be peace in whatever else that it is that you're considering or entertaining. You understand? Even if it is agitation, even if it is irritation, even if it is disdain, right? You still don't never lose your peace. You know what I mean? And that's like a guide. That's definitely a key, as well as you know what I mean, a map. You know, by the time you find that yourself in that desire zone, wanting something, when, bro, anytime you want something, then you got to remember that you must then choose it all the way. Because once you choose it and you set your intention, then you don't have, there's no need, which that's what a desire is a need. When you need something, right? It's you desire it. I need it. I don't just want it. I need it. You know what I'm saying? When you set your intention and decide on it, right? Which really, you're not even deciding, you're just being and allowing your preference, which is your pleasure, which is your, like I said, to have an idea is a thought. A thought is a decision. You're deciding in just the very inspiration in itself, right? The inspiration is going to come to you. The inspiration is going to bring to you these options, right? An association of experiences is what the inspiration is going to bring to you in your intuitive intending. No? You know what I'm saying? So I say, just keep the peace with you. Keep that God with you. And by the time you come to this word, let it be praise. The word in itself is going to set whatever and is going to be a confirmation of what it is you think about what you think about what you think, right? Idea. Yes, you have an idea about something, but you got to think about the idea in order to even identify the idea. And by the time you get to the to the identity of what it is, you already went to the 9, right? You didn't already let the thought of it become the materialization of it, right? Because the thought of something in itself is an object. A thought is an object, but not necessarily unless you let it be by this contemplating, right? By this conceptualizing, yes, right? But not necessarily by the concentration. The concentration, though, is what is going to return the thought back to the idea, back to the peace, that concentration. You feel me? It's like you don't have to always move on whatever notion comes to your mind. Just consider it, right? Because you can contemplate about it or contemplate on it. You can conceptualize over it, or you can simply consider it. You know what I'm saying? Against whatever sides. Keep it centered. Consider it, right? Until you can align and arrange your concentration of it and on it. That being the idea. You know what I mean? Because you can have whatever thoughts, your thought gonna change on it, right? But if you moving on the thought, then it's already in another zone. It's already in a confirmation zone through the decision. That it's not necessarily necessary until you are manifesting something more worthy of your willpower. Okay? All of these half-assed, you know what I'm saying, almost actions, brother. Is people hungry on earth now? What? Somebody's intention is not aligned. They say you can do whatever you want. You can actualize whatever it is you desire in your mind. Is people hungry? Ain't nobody said to themselves, I truly intend for there not to be any hunger. Well, I'm gonna let you know right now. That's still not enough. That's still not enough of a fuller action. But whatever action that I have considered and am considered will automatically involve that and then some. You understand me? As far as once it's decided, though, which the idea is already, the whole point is for me to have an idea even in relation to what could even be involved, it's already decided. You understand? But to take that back to peace, that's something I'm gonna have to let it be brought back. It's gonna bring me with it. You feel me? It's gonna bring me with it back up to where it comes from. And so that's why it would be me being. You know what I'm saying? Being and doing, which I would be doing me. What am I doing? I'm doing me. I'm doing being is what I'm doing. Okay? That's simple as that. And whatever actions are taken, it's not going to involve no fucking thought, nigga. I'm a be and I'm a just do, nigga. Simple as that. I don't need to think about it. I'm grown, nigga. Maybe when I was testing out what's possible, nigga, ain't nothing impossible. That's what they tell kids. Ain't nothing impossible. So by the time you grown, nigga, what is there to think about? What is there to think about other than how you gonna get over on the next nigga or you feel me, or to catch another nigga in a lie somewhere? That's what we out here thinking about. Ain't nobody got no answers, cuz. So miss me with all them thoughts. Miss me with all them options, them imaginary ass. You don't get me wrong, it's all involved already is what I'm saying. It's all involved already though is what I'm saying, my G. For you to have any idea, which a thought is already an idea. Or rather, an idea is already a thought. And any thought that you're having is now a derivative of a fuller idea. And even that idea is a derivative of a fuller consciousness, which is all idea. Ideas, yes? Inspired idea, the divine idea, intentional living in life. I said, go with God. Go with God. You move in the moment. That is that peace. You understand? You bring your desire with your passion through your pleasure to your peace. Or to peace. You know? To where you can realize the power in what you're experiencing. You understand? And that you would have to be choosing it in order to be experiencing it all. If you're angry about something, yes, of course, there's an outside factor that might be influencing that reaction, which would be impulsive or initiated by that particular influence. But you're still choosing that experience, right? And in a sense, that is bringing you pleasure. But that is how pleasure, even though it is bliss and bliss is peace, is separate from peace. Okay? Because all is peace. You understand? But you could take a piece of peace and not the peace itself. Also, because you'll be experiencing the peace, but you'll be experiencing a piece of the peace in the peace that it is. You understand? Because it can't be nothing else, but it's everything. You understand? Right? So you can, about that focus, which is directed by your will, it's about what it is that you want. Go with God on this chosen walk. Go with God. Go with God on this chosen walk. Stay the course. Run slow or jog. Just don't stop. You'll come to crossroads.
Just don't get lost. Enough decisions determine distance. No worries, no hurry. We're all on our own journey. Persistence provides position. Dangerous trenches and treacherous ditches on this here mission. Battles on your travels. Battles on our travels. On the other hand, there's that other man. On the brighter side, there's that rider bride. A whole lifetime to divide. Somehow, sometimes, we want to live forever. Sometimes, we want to live forever. Lost in the pleasures. Lost in the pleasures. Sharing the sadness, the passion, the despair, the laughter, everywhere until it finally happens. Love, perhaps. Everyone doesn't always survive the crash. Yeah, yo, it's good while it lasts. Even better when it's bad, like the best you never had. Like the best you never had, or the test you couldn't pass. A quest following destiny's path, taking your place and keeping the pace, chasing after reality.